Good evening. We'd like to welcome you to this meeting of the Provo Municipal Council. Today is Tuesday, December 14th, 2021, and the time looks like about 5:33 p.m. Meetings of the Municipal Council are now being held in hybrid fashion. That is, members of the public may continue to view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person in the council chamber at the Provo City Center. The coronavirus pandemic is not yet over. COVID-19 infection transmission rates are again high, particularly among unvaccinated persons. We encourage everyone who's eligible to get vaccinated. We encourage all people to protect themselves and others by following the protocol set by the CDC and our state and local health departments. Please stay safe and be kind. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. We have here 6 council members in the chambers and 1 participating remotely. We have Mayor Kaufusi, CIO Wayne Parker, City Attorney Brian Jones, and Council Executive Director Cliff Strachan, along with members of the administration and council staff. Opening prayer tonight will be offered by Kay Nelson.
Our Father in heaven, we're thankful for the opportunity to be here tonight. We're thankful for our mayor and this council and those who work and serve with them to make and keep Provo a beautiful, safe, and enjoyable place to live. We're thankful for all the many blessings that Thou gives us and for the guidance that Thou gives us in our lives. Please guide these good people to make wise decisions that will benefit all of us. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be conducted by Councilor Harding.
Please arise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
We would like to take a moment to recognize a dear colleague, former member of our council staff, Bryce Mumford, who worked in the council office for more than 7 years. He moved on to a higher level position in Cache County 2 years ago. Bryce contracted COVID-19 2 months ago and succumbed to complications resulting from the virus. He was laid to rest yesterday, and we wish his family peace and comfort in this very difficult time. And we would like to now observe a 30-second moment of silence in his honor. Thank you. The first item on the agenda tonight is a presentation recognizing the fall 2021 Provology class participants, and this is to be presented by Mayor Kaufusi.
Okay. Thank you, Council Chair and Council members, Mayor Kaufusi. So just real briefly, a Provology is an opportunity for our residents to learn more about Provo City government. We've had a number of attendees who have braved the cold. They have toured the sewer treatment plant. The airport under construction, the new terminal. They have met out on site for a road project near a bridge. They have learned from the police department, the fire department. They've toured the library, the Covey Center, all of the major departments and divisions of Provo City. And tonight we would just like to recognize them and present them. Let me read this because it's actually pretty prestigious. The Regents of Provology on the nomination of the Graduate Council of the City of Provo. The individual's name, having demonstrated the ability by collaborative participation in Provo City and its many functions, award the degree of PhD, a Provo honorary degree, with all of the rights and privileges thereto pertaining, given at the Provo City Center this 9th graduating class 2021. So anyway, I will now read the names, and if they will come up and we'll get a picture with the council and the mayor. Hope they're here this evening. Angela Maverick, Cameron Severson, Carol Winder, Derek Brutton, Garrett Carver, Jolene Tate, Kay Nelson, Kay Rose, Leslie Stilson, Todd Stilson, this with me. Michael Roberts, Stan Jensen, and Suzanne Ron. It's like some of them couldn't join us this evening, but we'll go ahead and if you can all just right here, and if the council would please come down, and Mayor Kafusi, we'll get a quick picture.
You're getting blocked. You come down here. Hey, friends. Okay, ready? That's a great. Can I move this? Because that's going to be a great looking picture. Ready?
Item number 2 on the agenda tonight is a presentation recognizing council leadership and retiring council members. This item is to be presented by Executive Director Cliff Strachan.
Councilors, this is my opportunity to bring you down here. So I'm going to change the order a little bit. Can I have Dave Shipley and Dave Sewell come down, please? Residents, staff, council members, it's my privilege to present to you our council leadership for the last year. Dave Sewell has been our chair and Dave Shipley has been our vice chair. I don't know if you know what a sacrifice that is. These gentlemen, not in addition to all the other council meetings they attend, all the extra committee meetings they attend, every Thursday morning at 7:30 a.m., they're meeting with staff, talking about the issues that the council's working on. And with rare exception, have they ever been, rarely do they ever miss. But these gentlemen have worked hard, given us a lot of good guidance and managed us through. So very briefly, I want to tell you that Dave Shipley has been in leadership this year. This is his second year on the council. While on leadership, he's also been on the audit committee. He's been on the carryover committee, the economic development committee, served on the library board, the arts council, and the energy board. So he's been a very, very busy man. And I know your spouse isn't here, but we want her to know that we appreciate the time you spend. And every year we give them an option for a gift. Dave Shipley chose a pen and key set with Provo City Council engraved on it. Thank you for your service. So Dave Sewell, I'm going to just give it very briefly on him because he's going to come back up here in a minute. Dave Sewell has been the chair this year. He's been the chair twice. And it's been my privilege to work with him. He's given me a lot of good advice. Sometimes I actually write up on my whiteboard to remind me. But Dave's been a very capable and able leader, and I'll go into it just a little bit more when you're back up here for the next item. But we wanted to present you with this clock in honor of your service this year, and thank you so much. We'll get a picture of the two of you.
And if I may, Cliff, or Mr. Strachan, if I may, I know the leadership really helps with staff and keeps things flowing, but I just wanted to say as a member of the council that I feel like leadership really serves us and helps us to be as efficient and as effective as possible. And it's been great that we have been able to have full confidence in our leadership this year that not only were they were making decisions on behalf of the council, and we could fully trust them that they were making those decisions, not to move forward their own agenda items, but really we're serving the council collectively, and really thought that they did a great job this year. So thank you.
All right, Dave Harding, would you come down, please? And Dave Sewell, please come on down again. So while they're coming down, these two gentlemen have been on the council for 6 years and 8 years respectively. We've had a lot of fun with these two and Dave Shipley and before that, Dave Connect. We've had 3 Daves on the council for the last 6 or so years, 8 years. And even though the makeup's changed a little bit, these two have been at the core. And, we've had fun with, they were on the rules committee. We called it the Dave Rules Committee, things like that. So we have a little bit of fun with them on this, but we're going to miss our Daves. And anyway, let me tell you about these two. Dave Harding came onto the council in 2016. He came in midterm after Councillor Hales had passed, and we brought him onto the council, and he's been here working hard for 6 years. In 2019, he was our chair, and the year before, 2018, and the year after, 2020, he's been the vice chair of the council. Not only has he been in leadership, he's been on the neighborhood advisory board, the policy governance committee, the housing committee, the parking committee, the TMAC, or the transportation mobility and advisory council, and the downtown Provo he's worked with. He's been on the water board. He's been with downtown Provo. I've got that already. West Side Planning, the Development Approval Process Review Committee, which we like to call DAPR, and the CDBG committee, among others. And so he's been very, very active. And can I have his? Thank you. And so we wanted to give him this plaque in appreciation for your dedication of public service. Thank you. Right here. Can you bring her up? I talked about the sacrifice that council members make. Their spouses make huge sacrifices too, and we want to really appreciate you. Do you want to bring? I have some flowers for you. It's not much, but it's a thank you for 6 years of perseverance. Dave Sewell Dave Sewell has been on the council. He took office in January of 2014. He's been here for 8 years. He's been the citywide representative. He has been leadership twice. He's been the chair twice, in 2017 and 2021. He was the vice chair in 2016. This is probably just a partial list, but he's been on the zoning committee, the sign committee, the parking committee, the neighborhood advisory board, the neighborhood program review committee, foothills committee, the DAPR committee I mentioned earlier, the arts council, the rules committee, and I mentioned the development approval one. So he's been on many committees. He's been a great leader on this council, and we're going to miss you as well. We have a plaque for you as well. Thank you. Wife Susan. And Susan's put up with Dave being gone a lot longer, a whole 2 extra years. Thank you again for your sacrifice and your service. Let's get a picture of the two of you, and then we'll have your wives sit down. And then Dave, if you take a minute or two just to address the public, and Dave follow him, and then we'll get back on with our meeting. Thank you.
Go over here. Up here. Oh, man.
Yeah, I think usually I don't have, there's no shortage of things that I want to say. We had a council Christmas party and was also asked to give a couple thoughts there, and like, oh, this should be easy, but I felt like I completely botched that. So I'm a little wary of just speaking on the spot here. It's been a long 6 years. It's been a lot of work. It's been a great privilege and honor to serve the people of Provo, and there's been no shortage of issues to be addressed. There's been no shortage of problems to solve, and ways to keep trying to provide leadership for the city organization, as well as try to provide leadership for the community as a whole. There's been a lot of tough decisions, and on most of the difficult decisions, there are passionate community members on all sides, and I feel like I've really appreciated the relationship that I've been able to have with my fellow council members. Even when we disagree, we've been able to keep things focused on the issues and to really deliberate carefully through the issues. It's an honor to live in a democracy where the people are the basis of government, and the authority to govern is derived from the people. And that is a great privilege that we have here in this country, that we have here in this city. And it has been an absolute honor to serve and to be entrusted with that responsibility. And throughout the 6 years, I don't imagine that there's anyone in Provo that we've probably agreed on every issue all the way through. But I think that we've worked through the disagreements, and I think we are a stronger community because of how our government operates, and because of the way that we work together, in the various roles that we have. Grateful for the opportunity that I've had to serve all of you, and I wish my continuing colleagues the best as they continue to grapple with these difficult issues. And with that, I thank all of you.
Well, I mainly just want to express appreciation. I've really appreciated the opportunity to serve and represent you as residents of Provo. I've appreciated the communication with you, your thoughts and ideas and questions and concerns, being able to hear those and do my best to represent you concerning those. I think one of the things I'm going to miss the most is the relationship with my colleagues. It's been a wonderful thing for me. I'm kind of a homebody, and so this has got me out the door more, and the opportunity to grapple with some serious issues with some great people and do our best to come up with good solutions for all of you. I not only appreciate my council colleagues, we have a wonderful council staff. It's been a privilege to work with them. And the mayor and her team have been terrific. I'm going to miss that relationship as well. We really do have a good working relationship between the government branches here, which unfortunately is, I think, becoming increasingly rare in the country, but it's alive and well here in Provo. So just thank you.
Cliff, could I say something on behalf? Maybe other counselors would want to say something, but we did have a Christmas party the other night, and I just wanted to repeat something I said that night. These two are two of the hardest working people you'll ever find in elected office. And they also are two of the most civil people I've ever worked with. They know how to take criticism. They know how to take abuse and not get angry in return. And they've just been incredibly helpful to this city because of the work ethic that they have and their sincere love for this community. So regardless of what you think of their positions on different issues, I hope you can appreciate what tremendous servants they've been to this community.
I'd like to echo what Councilman Hanley just said. These are two good men, and citizens generally are just, you'll never know how much they have contributed to the welfare of the city. David Harding is as hardworking and conscientious a council member as I ever expect to find. I don't think anybody has put in even close to the hours he's dedicated to studying out the issues and looking at every side and giving every citizen the benefit of the doubt. He's got a great mind and a good heart. And we're going to miss you a lot, Dave. And Council Chair Sewell, you'll never find a greater gentleman than our chairman. Dave is as thoughtful and considerate and kind and patient as you'll ever find somebody in politics. It's almost too nice a guy to be in politics, but we've all benefited from that kind of gentle, thoughtful touch. Good miss you meant a lot. The key thing about both of them is I don't think that anybody would argue with this. We value our collegiality on the council greatly. It makes a big difference in terms of what we can accomplish. And we just loved working with each other. These two set the example for that. I don't think we've ever seen an instance of personal bias. I think it's always been what's best for Provo. We can reach different conclusions on that, but their motivation has always been that pure focus, what's best for the city. And we hope even when citizens disagree, they can respect that kind of mentality, that kind of focus. Take care. We'll miss you.
Thank you very much. One other thing I wanted to say is I appreciate my family's support through all this, and I'm very much looking forward to spending more time with them and to our grandkids that recently moved nearby. So, thank you. We'll now move on to the public comment portion of our meeting. And Mr. Jones is going to give us some instructions related to that.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. As indicated on the screen, a required public hearing will be held for certain agenda items prior to council action. After each such item has been presented, time to comment will be provided for all those who wish to speak. For items that do not require a public hearing, public comment will still be taken following presentation of the item, but will be limited to 10 minutes. At this time, up to 15 minutes have been set aside for an open public comment period, which is intended to allow comment on matters that do not appear on the agenda. Persons who speak during this time to an item that is on the agenda will not normally be afforded a second opportunity to speak during the comment period specific to that item. During any public comment period, each speaker will generally be limited to 2 minutes. Due to noticing requirements, no formal action will be taken in this meeting on matters that do not appear on the agenda. Slide, the table slide that shows what's public comments and what's public. Yeah. Those with comments are invited to approach the podium. Those with comments for the open public comment period are invited to approach the podium. Those participating on Zoom will need to use the raise hand feature to indicate they wish to comment. The chair may choose to alternate between in-person and online commenters. Please begin your comments by stating your name and city of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Public comment is open now.
I'm a resident of Provo. My name is Roger Kent. Recently, my granddaughter, who lives with us, was given a citation for parking on our lawn. She had made room in the driveway for those who were coming to her party to so that they would have a place to park. I am objecting to that ordinance, and I'm sorry, I didn't think I was going to be able to attend tonight, and so I don't have that ordinance number in front of me. But to me, this is an overreach of government in that I am restricted as to where I can park my property on my property. I would like to know from you gentlemen how I can go about getting this ordinance rescinded. I'd appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a hand online, caller ending in 1192, phone number ending in 1192. Go ahead, please. I think you have to press *6. Go ahead.
Yes. Hello, it's Melanie McCord.
Hi.
Hi, I wanted to talk about something that you discussed in work session, and that was the 3-2 ordinance. Provo City, I was very much involved with that years ago. And the Provo City passed an ordinance that, just as Bill Fillmore suggested during work session, would allow 2 adults to qualify as a single family. What that did was hopefully return some of the condos and other housing that was intended for married student housing or for single family housing back into the housing pool. Of course, investors didn't like that. And so you can thank Taylor Oldroyd and the Utah County Realtors Association for getting that changed in the state legislature. I wanted to make sure you understood that that ordinance that was passed by the state, which countermanded Provo City's own ruling on how to address our own issues with housing, was done by a special interest group. And if you're going to be continuing the discussion with 3-2, you ought to know that I don't think the state legislature was justified in doing that. I think that the ordinance they passed, HB 82, was another example of the state legislature trying to countermand specific ordinances that a municipality puts in place, which they're granted in the state code. They're granted the right to do this. So I hope that they'll revisit 82. I've already contacted my legislature. I've contacted several groups that I'm part of to get them to lobby their legislators that State Bill 82 or HB 82 ought to be revisited. But that 3-2 thing, that was a mistake, and it was. You can thank the realtors for doing that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone here in the chambers that has a comment before we go back online? All right, we'll go back to caller with number ending in 5167. Go ahead, please. You can press *6 to unmute.
Hello, I'm sorry about that.
No problem. We can hear you now.
My name's Rob Doby. I'm a resident of Provo, and I'm a little upset that nobody's doing enough to make sure. I mean, I don't know who's getting in the way of things, if it's special interest groups, but nobody's doing enough to make sure the weaker thans get back together. I don't think we've seen any progress since 2014. I've contacted people in the legislature. Reconstruction site, one of the best we've seen. With not since reunion tour have we seen anything good. I mean, we know John K. Sampson is still working, and I'd like to see some changes. I'd like to see where we've all had a pretty rough 2 years, and I think seeing the weaker thans back together would be something that I think we could all work and agree on, that it would help everyone. So that's pretty much all I got to say about that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else tonight that has a public comment?
I am Duncan Cole, and I'm from here in Provo. And you usually don't get positive feedback, but I wanted to thank you guys for, from what I understand, you're passing ADU ordinance allowing more people to have apartments in their home. Just wanted to briefly say that by back in the housing crisis. I got divorced during that time period because I was not allowed to have a apartment in my home. I ended up losing my home. I ended up homeless a few years later. So I'm grateful that you are expanding that to other people so they're not in the same situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with a comment on items that are not on the agenda tonight? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Or, okay, it looks like we do have one more, so we'll go ahead, sir.
My name is Lowell Anderson, longtime resident of Provo, had a practice here for many years and enjoy this fabulous town that many times has been voted one of the great cities in America. But I'm concerned, and I don't know the issue. I mean, I know the issue, but I don't know the code number of the issue she just spoke to about opening houses in Provo for rentals and becoming rental units. As some of my colleagues and I have discussed, in our opinion, that would be a horrendous mistake. We know there are isolated instances, as hers was, where people benefit from being able to open their home or their basement to a rental unit. But if we magnify the parameters of that and find out that there's a lot of elderly people that as they die and pass on, that their families take over those houses. And rather than sell them in today's market, a lot of them want to rent them and create them as rental units. And that changes the definite trajectory and the outlook of a particular neighborhood. We do have some neighborhoods in Provo that have that issue, and it's they may get along, but I live up by Rock Canyon Park, and I can tell you that it's hard enough for the snowplows to get through in the wintertime without excess cars parking in the on the street and in the streets. And I have a one particular instance in my neighborhood that I won't mention, but because it has been rented out, there is no upkeep or maintenance required, or the renters don't care. And I take great pride in my home and my yard, and I think the city appreciates it because I know they continue to tax at a little higher rate every year. So they must appreciate the fact that we beautify our homes. But I think that would be a mistake to open all of Provo to rental units and rental housing. And I think that we know that once, and I don't know who would police it because it would be a major problem. I think you'd have multiple families moving in some of those, not just one family. So I can guarantee you that I can solicit at least 100 that will tell you the same thing and are concerned about that issue.
Thank you.
And in two instances, I have colleagues who have moved out of their previous homes because of that very issue in their neighborhoods and moved to developments where it was not allowed.
Thank you.
Chair, would it be appropriate for me to just remind people that we are addressing ADUs later today and so tonight, and so typically you would reserve a comment for that time, and if you have commented about it, you're not given another opportunity to comment.
Yes, thank you for that reminder, Mr. Holden. Is there anyone else that has a comment about an item that is not on the agenda for tonight? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and move on with our agenda. So before we proceed to the rest of the action agenda, we'll handle the consent agenda. And just a brief explanation, the consent agenda is intended to quickly handle agenda items that may not require further discussion because they are routine or have been fully vetted in other meetings. If the consent agenda is not approved in this manner, then any consent agenda items shall be handled individually as part of the regular agenda. So tonight we have 3 items on the consent agenda an implied motion to approve these three items. Number one, a resolution adopting the Provo City Parks and Recreation Master Plan update. That's item number three. Number four, a resolution approving the Wildlife Hazard Mitigation Agreement related to the Provo River Delta Restoration Project. And item number five is a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign lease agreements with Intermountain Golf Cars Incorporated and Club Car Connect for 70 golf carts and accessories. Does any council member wish to remove any of these items from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I will call for a vote to collectively approve those three items that are on the consent agenda. All in favor? Counselor Ellsworth?
Yes.
And that motion passes unanimously. We'll now move on to the action agenda. The first item, number 6, is a resolution consenting to the appointment of individuals to the Provo Housing Authority to be presented by Mayor Kafusi.
Council Chair Sewell and Provo Municipal Council members. As you are aware, appointments to the Housing Authority are somewhat unique because the authority is not a Provo City entity. It's a separate body, but state law gives the appointing authority to the mayor. With the council advice and consent, the authority has requested we move quickly to fill these vacancies because they make it difficult for the authority to fulfill its functions. I solicited suggestions from councilors and city staff and received excellent suggestions, and am putting forward 2 names for your consent tonight. And I think Eric, I saw Eric's here. Do you want to come up, Eric? And Christian was here. He's our guest speaker for Provology. I think he had to go up and speak to our graduating class. But let me read just a little short bio about Christian. Christian was born and raised in Provo. He graduated from BYU with a bachelor's and a master's degree in accounting. He has worked in management consulting and as an entrepreneur. He currently works at BYU as the Executive Director of Enrollment Services. I am recommending Christian be appointed to the Housing Authority for a term ending June 30th, 2025. And the second is our friend Eric Speckhard. Eric started his own business in Provo and is actively involved in the South Provo community. He is passionate about working with those with mental health and generational poverty challenges. I am recommending Eric be appointed to the Housing Authority for a term ending June 30th, 2025. And if you have questions for Eric or myself, we'd be happy to answer them. But if not, we would love for your advice and consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any council discussion on these nominations? Councilor Harding.
Just wanted to say over the 6 years that I've been involved with the council and in committees talking about housing, the housing shortage and housing costs and homelessness issues and a lot of these issues, I've had the privilege of interacting with both of the nominees. And I know them to both be very caring about these issues and very concerned about those in the community and their housing needs. So I can't think of better people for this committee.
Thank you. Is there any other council discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the implied motion to consent to these appointments. All in favor? Councilor Ellsworth?
No.
Motion carries with 6 in favor and Councilor Ellsworth opposed. We'll move on to item number 7, which is a resolution reappointing Bob Connor as Provo City Constable to serve a 6-year term. And this item is to be presented by John Borgett, Director of Administration.
Yes, Chair Sewell and the Honorable Council. I just want to give you a little bit of background on Bob Connor and All Pro Security. He has, in his firm, been providing constable services and security for the Justice Court since we opened it. I believe it was in 2007. Let me just share a little bit on his bio. He worked for Orem and had 33 years of experience in the police area. During the time of his force, he worked on all facets of law enforcement, including patrol, investigations, training, media relations, and many other positions. His last few assignments were the division commander and captain over the patrol division and later support services division. He graduated from the FBI Academy in 2001, along with obtaining a degree in criminal justice from BYU. Just to let you know, he currently provides constable services and security for 22 cities in Utah and 7 in Utah County. I want to share with you just kind of a few comments that came from Judge Romney and also Rhiannon Newton, our court administrator, and just let you know that the administration and I fully agree with this short little recommendation letter that they provided. It said, "It is our recommendation that Bob Connor be reappointed as the Provo City Constable. Constable Bob Connor and All Pro Security have been providing Justice Court with exceptional service since 2007. Constable Bob Connor and his company are reliable and efficient. They've always been accommodating and very easy to work with. Bob Connor's experience and service are unmatched. We've never had to worry about staffing or scheduling issues. The officers employed with APS are of high caliber, with a good portion of them being off-duty law enforcement officers. The experience and professionalism of his officers is top-notch. To our knowledge, there are 8 constables statewide and only 2 constables that offer both security and transport services, All Pro and Wasatch Constables." And it just mentions, "We highly recommend the reappointment of Constable Bob Connor with no reservations." I would also mention that he's here tonight, as well as Judge Romney and Rhiannon Newton, if there are any questions from the council. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And the recommendation is reappointing for a 6-year term as stated by the state. So.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Borget or any discussion by the council?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the implied motion to approve this resolution reappointing Bob Connor. All in favor? Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 8, which is an implied motion on a presentation of the comprehensive annual financial report. If any members of the public would like to give a comment for this item, you're encouraged to call in or sign in now. This will be presented by Kelsey Zarbach, John Borget, and or our HBME auditor team.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be with you in person this year as opposed to via Zoom last year. My name is Jeff Miles. I'm a partner with HBME and I oversee the audit of Provo City, and I have the privilege of working with John and his staff in the finance department. I'm just going to present a couple minutes tonight, our audit report, and I'll turn the time over to John. He's going to kind of give some financial highlights from the year. I'll be back next month to present on the city's single audit with, previously our firm would maybe do 2 single audits in a year, and with all the federal money flowing, we now are doing 12 of those audits this year. So we're just a little backlogged on that, but we will have it done before the end of the year and ready for presentation next month. Within the annual report on page 19, you'll find our actual audit opinion. And we are issuing what's referred to as an unmodified opinion or clean opinion on the city's financial statements, that they are in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles. I just, with that, I want to just commend the city. I feel like they're making good steps and progress towards always improving. I think the formation of an audit committee 2 years ago has been really beneficial, as well as now having an internal audit function to really, kind of fine tune and make sure that all the city's finances are being properly handled and everything that is happening how it should, and money is being spent in accordance with how the council budgets those funds. And so I just want to commend John and his team. They had a little turnover in their department this year at the budget officer position, which for the audit, that's kind of the key position, but we feel that Kelsey did a great job taking on that role kind of late in the game of getting ready for the audit. And overall feel that the city's finance department does a fantastic job in preparing for the audit and making things as easy as possible for us as auditors. So before I turn the time over to John, are there any questions from council concerning the audit? Okay, John.
Thank you, Jeff. Council, I want to just mention a couple things before I go through the report. Jeff briefly mentioned Kelsey and her role, but as you know, David Mortensen left to work for a neighboring city not long before the audit started, and Kelsey was promoted within our department to the finance or the controller position and the budget officer, and she did an amazing job. A lot to learn, but felt like she did outstanding. I also want to mention that Crystal Howarth, who replaced Kelsey's old position, came from Community and Neighborhood Services, but she came in with has really stepped up and helped significantly. Dan Follett, our treasurer and finance division director, was an important role, as well as Anissa Orwin. We want to thank them. We want to also thank the department directors. This is a big effort, and it affects all the departments, and the department directors were very cooperative, as well as other employees in the city that contributed. We want to thank them. Just want to relish in our cover. This is our new Timpanogos Golf Club, and you can see the island hole on the cover, but we thought it would be kind of nice to promote the golf course and have it on the cover. If you go to, I want to talk briefly about the letter of transmittal. The letter of transmittal is in the introductory section of the comprehensive annual financial report. And it actually is something that in my role, I prepare and update each year. And I've kind of touched on some things that we want to just touch on briefly. This first area highlighted just says, this report consists of management's representations concerning the finances of the city of Provo. Management assumes full responsibility for the completeness and the reliability of all information presented in this report. And we take this very seriously. The auditors actually each year have us sign a document that both Wayne Parker and myself and Dan Follett sign, that just assure that we have disclosed everything to the auditors, that these financial statements are and do represent the city's financial position. And I would just affirm to you that that is the case, and it's stated in the letter of transmittal. Lower down, this kind of reinforces again what Jeff mentioned. HBME LLC concluded, based on the audit, that there is reasonable basis for rendering an unmodified opinion that the city's financial statements for the fiscal year ending June 30th were presented fairly in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles. And that's a real important issue. And what that's basically saying is that they agree and feel like the financial statements are presented fairly, and that they do show the city's financial position for this year. On the next page, talk just a little about the economic condition. And as each of you know, with COVID and the pandemic and all of the interesting dynamics that have come along with it have created some challenges. So I'm just going to share a little bit of this. As the local and state economy have been strong following the COVID-19 pandemic. Justice court revenues continue to be impacted by the restriction imposed by the state court's offices. Parks and Recreation was impacted early in the fiscal year, but is performing close to pre-pandemic levels. The local unemployment rate was 2.9%, 6%, which is amazing. And the national average was 6.92% for the year. The city's tax revenue of 56 million increased by 5 million or 9.8%. Sales tax revenue, which of course for the general fund is the number one source of revenue, was 23.9 million and increased by 3.2 million or 15.4% versus the prior fiscal year. And as I've watched this over the years, the $20 million mark just seemed like such a high amount that I wondered if we would ever pass it, and we just blew by it. And it's kind of amazing, and we really feel like there's a number of things that impact it. I would say number one is living in the state of Utah and being part of the state of Utah, which has a strong economy, and also Utah Valley. And overall, I think that the state and the city is very fiscally responsible, and I think that's shown there. We also feel like internet-based sales based on point of sale has really helped Provo and been a strong indication. Just mention here, sales tax revenue, the next one. The post-pandemic impacts to consumer buying has created significant increases in sales tax revenue for the state and the city. We do not expect to continue to see these kinds of increases long-term. I would mention that early in this fiscal year 22 that we're in right now, we've received 3 months of sales tax distributions, and they continue to look strong. And so we're watching it closely, but we want to be careful. And as we get through, start the budget process next month, it's hard to believe, but January's coming. We'll want to be conservative because I just don't think we're going to continue to see these kind of increases long term. We talk a little bit about major initiatives down at the bottom. I'll just mention, I'll let you read these later, but we talk a little bit about the City Hall project and what's happening there. We also talk about the airport terminal and the impacts of the terminal and how excited we are about that. A couple of other examples, and there's pages here. The fire, we talk about the Wildland Urban Interface Education and Mitigation Program, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later with the appropriation that we're doing tonight. We also talk a little bit about parks and the Unlimited Play Center that was opened this past summer. I was there. It was exciting. You know, when they cut the ribbon and the kids just took off in there and had a lot of fun. Talk about Rotary Park, which is in my neighborhood, and the 4 new tennis courts and pickle court that are there that create a lot of excitement. Another thing with the Timpanogos Golf Course was exciting was for the first time we broke $1 million in revenue. And so that's a great milestone. Another thing that the council approved, and I know that the police department is very excited about, is the storage facility for the comm van and for incinerator services that the council supported that funded, and we're in the process of starting that construction almost immediately. If you turn to page 14 on awards and acknowledgements, the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada awarded a certificate of achievement of excellence in reporting to the Provo City Corporation for its comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ending 2020. June 30th, 2020. This certificate is a prestigious national award and recognizes conformance with the highest standards for preparation of the state and local government's financial reports. And so what happens is when we submit that report, which we do about this time after the council approves it, it takes them about 6 months to review it, provide us feedback, and let us know if we received the reward of excellence. And we did receive that reward for last year's report. We expect and hope to receive it for next year. Turn over to page 25. This is out of our management discussion and analysis section, and it just kind of shows revenues by source. John, if you could scroll up just a little bit onto that graph, the other way, backwards. Yeah, got to go up. There we go, just up a little bit. Keep going up a little bit more. Almost right there. Okay. It just shows that the sources of revenue, number one, and this is for our governmental activity, is sales tax. It represents about 25%. And then property taxes is number 2. If we scroll to the next page, you can see revenues by source for enterprise funds, and to no surprise, 82% comes from utility fees, services that they provide for the residents of Provo. You scroll to the next page, on page 27, it talks a little bit about capital assets. I just want to mention a couple things here. You can see under governmental activities that there was about $40 million that was construction in progress. I would just say that the lion's share of that is City Hall, as we're working to complete that project. Also in business type activities, you can see about 58 million in business type. A big part of that is the wastewater treatment plant that's under construction, as well as some other infrastructure that enterprise funds are putting in place. If you flip over to page 28, this just kind of shows the debt. I would just mention that for general obligation debt, there's 94 million. That composes of two things. It's the rec center bonds and the new city hall bonds. They are decreasing. I think the principal payments that we made on those was about 5 million. It was about 99 million last year, and it dropped to 94. Okay, now I want to talk about fund balance. And this shows a 11-year graph of fund balance. And the good news is that as a percentage of revenue, the way the state also measures it, it's the highest that we've ever had. Okay, it is right now it's at 30.4%. And as most of you are probably aware, the state made a change, I think a year and a half ago, and changed the rate, the maximum amount from 25 to 35%. And so that 30% is still well within the limits. But the reason for the jump primarily just comes from that strong increase in sales tax revenue and other revenues that had that impact. If you go to the next page, we want to talk just a little bit about, my page is sticking together here. We want to talk about the disaster recovery fund. We think it's important that we report to this because there's been a lot of discussion with the council, and we had a number of work sessions where we kind of looked at and debated, and the council came up with an approach, and we want to just kind of discuss that briefly. When we did our carryover calculation, and we discussed this with the council earlier, there was the portion that was attributable, or the amount that we attribute to the carryover based on the formula, put an additional 234,393. And this was actually the first amount that we had put in the disaster recovery fund. So we've created a state pool account with the state, and that money is sitting in the state pool account earning interest. Okay. Well, there were two components that were discussed on the funding that would go into the disaster recovery fund. The first was the carryover portion. The second was a percentage of budgeted revenue. And so our increase in budgeted revenue, which you can get right out of our annual report, was $8,655,053 in the general fund. The intergovernmental portion, which is grants and CARES Act funding, we didn't think it made good sense for that to go into disaster recovery, so we backed that out. And so that gives you a net amount of $4,539,113. I would just say that most of that came from sales tax revenue. I would also say that this is very unusual to have budget revenues be this high, okay? And so that's a significant amount. But if we followed the formula, that 10% of that would go, would be 453,911 would go into the disaster recovery fund, in addition to the 234,000. I'm not recommending it as in my role as overseeing the finances for the city. And I just kind of want to share with you the reasons why I have some thoughts. And I just want the council to think about this for a minute. First of all, in 2021 and 22, there's been a pretty significant amount of appropriations for the city, and I really feel like they're essential and things that are needed. But about $3.5 million between those 2 years will have already been spent on appropriations, which in essence is spending part of that budget increase through needed appropriations. And let's just take a look at those. So if we could go to the next page, we'll come back to this page. This is the 2021 appropriation. These are already taken out for the 30%, okay, because it's this fiscal year ending. But we had 614,000 that went to the airport. 500 of that was for the interfund loan. And then that 514 was, and then 100,000 was for the money that we paid to Allegiant for bringing in new flights, if you remember. We also had a transfer to the golf course fund due to the pandemic and shortage of revenues through COVID. Their fund balance was low, and so the council approved that. And then there were various other things that you can see listed for the $1,085,000. If you go to the next page, this will show the 2022 appropriation. This is year to date. We're not quite halfway through the year, okay? But the first two items, which I mentioned in the transmittal letter, was we purchased some property from the land for the police metal building that's going to house the comm band and their incinerator. That was $200,000, and then the cost for the building and the construction was $465,844. And then if you skip down, there was an appropriation that the council did for city hall enhancements of $400,000, and that's if we don't have the money available in contingency. But for conservative standpoint, I've just listed it on there. We also have tonight, which Daniel will be going through, and we'll be discussing it with the council, an appropriation for police wages, which I feel and I'm in support of and is needed, but it's still a significant amount of money. And then we are going to be coming back to the council in the January, February time frame for our annual interfund loan payment for energy. And that hasn't happened yet, but it will happen because we'll need to make that payment. And so that's about $2 million, almost 2.4 million in appropriations for this year. So if you go back, if you could scroll back a couple pages, John, to the page we were on before. Now, if you look down below, if you take our fund balance right now of the 23,726,595 right in the middle of the page, and if we were to take the money and put it in the disaster recovery fund for 453,911, and then if you were to take out the appropriations that we've already pretty confident we've incurred for this year, that moves us down to 26.48. Now that's still more than we've had in the previous years, but a couple things that I'm quite nervous about. With the pandemic, we just have a real weird environment. We're finding that a lot of our positions throughout the city are out of market or getting close to out of market. They're just, with inflation higher than it normally is, with needing to fund the full year of police for next year, things are just a little bit unsettling for me. And so based on that, my recommendation was, I think that we've made a great start by putting the money in from our carryover of 235,000 roughly. But my recommendation would be on the 10% to not do that and just consider we made a great start. The other thing I would just mention is that we're still not aware of other cities that are participating in the disaster recovery fund, but I think 235,000 is a really good start. So with that, I've went in a lot of detail, but I think fund balance is a very important discussion, and I think it's worthy of spending a little time on it and discussing it. And so I would be more than happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Fillmore.
Thank you for that report, Mr. Borgett. We greatly admire your expertise and thank you for it. I think everyone would agree that it's important to have a healthy disaster relief fund. Question is how much, and of course you never know because you don't know the next disaster will be, right?
Yep.
So what I hear you saying implicitly is that you would rather work towards a 35% figure on the general fund and have that in reserve if we needed disaster, rather than tying up a portion of that in a particular limited fund. Am I hearing you right?
Yeah, the other thing, I haven't done it, but I could do it. But if you went back and looked at the last 11 years, okay, I am pretty confident you wouldn't find one of those years that we would have had 4.5 million increase that like we experienced this year. And so I think it was definitely an anomaly to have that kind of an increase during the year. And so as a result, it's a significant amount of money that goes into the disaster recovery fund because it's based on that formula. And so I don't know if I'm saying that we have to be at 35%, but I would be more comfortable if we were closer to the 35% and just made it a good start with the carryover and then looked at it. My understanding when the council went with this plan, it was we were going to come forward and that was going to be our plan, but then we would discuss it at the meeting, decide for sure which direction we wanted to go. And so as the finance director for the city, I'm just trying to share my thoughts and views and my recommendation.
Sure. Let me rephrase the question. We never know what the next disaster might be or when it's going to come or how much it would cost. Let's say we had a 7.5 earthquake. I mean, that would be a massive hit to the city. You're saying that you're comfortable relying upon the general fund to help us out in addition to a disaster relief fund that's specifically dedicated to disasters.
Yeah, because what's there in fund balance is we can use it. The council can use it in any way they want, and they could use it for the disaster or other unforeseen appropriations like police wages or whatever else that may come tomorrow that we haven't anticipated.
So you're in favor of greater flexibility
Yes.
while we still up the disaster relief fund annually as best we can.
Yeah, and I think next year we need to look at, see what we're up against, but I think using the carryover amount next year would be good. And I think next year we should have this same discussion, but I just think right now we're kind of in an interesting dynamic and there's some uncertainty out there. And so that's my thoughts.
Good enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Borget, we have a long night ahead of us here. I'm wondering, since this is kind of a policy issue, could we defer discussion on the sort of the disaster recovery fund policy to our next work meeting?
For sure. Yeah, I don't have any concern with that at all.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else?
No, sorry to drag the meeting out a little bit.
No, it's not your fault at all. It's just we got to.
No, we can. This does not have to be decided tonight, so we could definitely come back and discuss it at a later meeting.
Okay, let's plan on that then. Mr. Hoban.
I just want to ask Jeff real quick. No, I don't want a quantitative number. I've learned that that's relative. Like for example, my wife asked me before we got married, she said, give me what do you rate me on a scale of 1 to 10? I said a 7. I thought that was great. Her perspective, it wasn't. So I don't want a quantitative number, but how is the city, from your perspective, all the audits you do of cities and such, how are we doing? How are John and his team doing running this city?
I mean, I don't want to have favorites, but Provo is my favorite, at least tonight. No, I think John. No, I think John. You guys are the largest city that I partner, and so it's a different dynamic. 'Cause a lot of other cities I work at have like a finance director and then maybe one accountant. Where John has a finance team of 6 individuals. And so with the resources they have, I feel like they do an excellent job, and just to kind of reiterate what I said earlier, it's not to say that they're perfect, right? I mean, if accountants were perfect, I'd be out of a job, so I'm grateful that they're not. But I think they do a good job. And I think the city's making steps towards always improving, which I think is the most important thing, is not to say, hey, we did a good job last year, let's just keep it the same. I think the state auditor's office with their fraud risk assessment has really helped a lot of cities to reevaluate their internal controls and make sure they have proper segregation of duties, as well as I think the audit committee kind of having that kind of an intermediary between us as the auditors and the city council. I think that's taking a lot of steps in the right direction. But overall, I feel like the Provo Finance Department does a fantastic job. I think they have, for as big as you are and as decentralized as you are, I think they have a great handle on everything that's happening. A lot of my other cities are very centralized, and all their cash is coming in through one spot, and it's very easy to kind of monitor it and oversee it. And so as decentralized as Provo can be at times, I think they do a fantastic job of working with all the department heads to make sure that everything is flowing and functioning as best it can.
So a 7. Thanks.
Thank you. So I don't think there's any action that we need to take on this. So thank you very much. Let's move on to item number 9, which is an implied motion on a resolution appropriating $723,939 in the police department and the general fund for police payroll adjustments. If any members of the public would like to comment for this item, you're encouraged to call in or sign in now. This item will be presented by Daniel Softly, Human Resources Director, and John Geierman, Deputy Chief of Police. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me. Daniel Softly, I'm the Director of Human Resources for the City of Provo. I am here requesting an appropriation for $723,939 to adjust police officer pay. That adjustment is as a result of a study of police officer pay up and down the Wasatch Front in Utah that I conducted, really tracking some rather unprecedented changes in police compensation over such a very short period of time. I don't say that lightly. I really mean that. Just 6 months ago, Provo City was in a very competitive spot compared to police agencies up and down the Wasatch Front. 6 months later, we are in a significantly disadvantaged spot competitively against other agencies. As we have discussed previously, there are several reasons why that is occurring. Number one, we have a very tight labor market in general that is driving costs, as John had mentioned in his presentation. We also have low unemployment in the state, and we have seen a lot more lateral movement between officers as they try to recruit a bigger base to be in law enforcement in general. As all of these agencies are struggling to fill these positions, they start looking for people who are experienced, and those are their neighbors. And so the increased use of that lateral program has put pressure on cities to increase their pay to keep their most experienced people. And that's really kind of the position that Provo City finds itself in right now. The request has been made because there is an immediate need to make an adjustment. There is recruitment pressure on our most experienced officers to jump to other agencies. And based on our current market position, we are vulnerable to the dreaded poaching word. And so we are taking progressive steps to make sure that we can have a fully professional and fully staffed police officers to respond to the various things that are important every day. And we also have to have the ability to attract and retain our candidates. Fortunately, I can report that we are fully staffed, but because of retirements and natural turnover that comes with having a larger force, a lot of those officers, at least 10 of those, are in training. And so we want to make sure that we don't lose experienced officers to train those officers. And so although we're fully staffed, we're not at a position where we want to be right now, where every man and woman can be on the road. After reviewing the study, the proposed remedy is we want to make sure that we're competitive in two very key areas. Number one is the ability to attract, and that largely is starting pay. And then at the top end, we have to be there competitive for our most experienced officers. So the proposed remedy that I have that is requiring this appropriation is increasing our starting pay 18.7%, increasing the top of our range 15.8%. How each individual officer moves in there depends on where they're at, but typically that's going to result in a 13 to 18% adjustment. As I said, those are pretty significant numbers, but they're not uncommon with what I've been seeing out there. I think an easy search of news articles up and down Utah will show you that other cities are in very similar situations and have reacted accordingly. We'd also do, as you increase the pay grades from the lower positions, that obviously has effect moving forward. And so we need increased pay grades and actual pay for our command staff as well. The effective date, the proposed effective date for these changes is the start of our calendar year. So a pay period essentially starting December 26th. This appropriated amount is based on basically calculating what we would have paid our officers between December 26th and the end of the fiscal year and if we did nothing, and then how much we would need to pay them with these adjustments. That amount comes up to the 700 and just a whisker shy of 724,000. Now that does include that's salary costs, our wages, and the associated increases to retirement. Retirements are based on a percentage of your wage, and so if you increase the wage, you increase the amount of contribution that you will. And so this is a combined number. Any questions?
Shipley, yeah, just a quick question. I know we're looking at the police in this particular, for what we're working on right now. I'm sure you see this pressure though across all employees, almost in every station that we have. What kind of impact would it have on a full fiscal year to have all employees go up by 10 to 15%?
For a full fiscal year?
Yeah.
John?
I mean, to be realistic,
Well,
6 months out, we're probably looking at some significant adjustments for employees.
there are 100
Beyond.
police officers, roughly just north of 100 police officers. And so these amount of costs, which are greater than 10%, they're closer to
Yeah.
your 15%.
Yeah.
That's, 1.5 million over the course of a full fiscal year.
Yeah.
So you're talking a multi-million-dollar investment to do that. We do react. You're not wrong. I've seen other areas come in. There are some unique things in police that are driving those costs, I would say, quicker than other positions. That being said, we have reacted to other positions, and we've been able to absorb them into existing budgets due to turnover. Obviously, they need to be accounted for in the upcoming budget as well. But we haven't had to do an appropriation. We will continue to do that. As I said, we do our market study annually. 6 months ago when we did this, we were in a good position. We start that again in earnest at the beginning of the year once everyone's had an opportunity to kind of update where they're at. I have seen other agencies due to the inflation that they are making across the board changes. I haven't seen anything quite that drastic. But I have seen agencies moving towards, looking at compensation and trying to account for the, the rising costs of, goods and services up and down the Wasatch Front.
Yeah.
Mr. Fillmore.
I think I can speak for the council in saying that we view public safety as our number one priority in the city. And we have consistently been supportive of police and fire and will continue to be so. I wonder if as you do your comparative studies, I'm just curious, there are certain intangible benefits, intangible values to being on the Provo police force. As we watch the evening news, for example, we see what's going on in other cities. And Provo stands as a stark contrast in terms of two things: relatively low crime rate and relatively high public support. And so do those intangible benefits figure into your calculations at all?
To a degree. When we look at the market, when you have a full-time police officer position, there are some that are willing to drive, an hour to chase a little bit larger compensation in a city of what you're talking about, like a little bit more of a metro area that is higher crime. A lot of our police officers are Utah County residents, and so there is a natural pull to that. However, we have to be competitive enough to have them still want to, if it's too much of a gap, then it's worth the drive. But we do have some things that are inherent to Utah County. A large part of it is we have officers that are from here. We also have a wide variety of assignments that I think are attractive to people who are pursuing a law enforcement career. We have, swiftwater rescue, mountain rescue, SWAT. Those are all things that draw people to us. And so, I think Provo City is very competitive, but we're also very conservative. And so we try to find that balance. Ultimately, what matters is if we can keep our people. And I think that we've done a really good job of doing that. We don't see to this point people leaving for other agencies. That's not to say that's never happened, but it's certainly ultimately the goal is to keep them here in Provo.
Okay, thank you.
And the community support is absolutely vital. That is a big part of why our officers like being here.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Chief Guardman, were you gonna? Nope. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll open this item for public hearing now if there are any members of the public that would like to comment.
Becky Bogdan, Provo, Utah. I have to say I'm kind of biased because I am on the Citizen Advisory Board, but I really think that having competitive pay for our police officers is something that we really need. We are a good city. Sometimes we do struggle attracting them, and any tool that we can give them to get us the best and the brightest is something I would support 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the council for any discussion. Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, I just want to follow up to that question a little bit. I am fully supportive of this appropriation. I'm fully supportive of the ongoing, the ongoing need that is over $1 million of commitment, almost $1.5 million of commitment that we need to make on the following fiscal year. The reason I bring up other pressures is because this is just something that over the next 6 months is a reality, I think, of where we're at. Wage inflation has finally caught up, and it's caught up in a mean way now all of a sudden, and it just puts a lot of pressure on every other budgetary issue that we have to deal with over the next 6 months. So I bring it up because I think beyond police, there will be other adjustments that need to be made. I don't know to what extent. I think that's fair at this point. We don't know for sure. But as we look at, the progress that we made this past year, a lot of that difference in net profit, I think will be eaten up by FTE adjustments, by wage adjustments. So just something to keep in mind. Again, I'm fully supportive of us making this appropriation and making that commitment, although significant, on an ongoing basis.
Mr. Hoban.
Daniel, didn't you tell us that there was something going on with the state legislature because there's kind of an arms race going on here. We're trying to poach from within, and it just impacts everyone negatively. If Salt Lake is trying to poach our police officers, what's the update on that? Or what do you know about that?
On the state legislature?
Yeah.
I know that every year there is discussion about police retirement. And the biggest thing is when they created a tiered system. So for officers hired before, and I always get these dates wrong, but I think it's before July of 2010 or 2011. So I apologize if I'm stoked, but they have a much richer retirement than those hired afterwards. And so there's always a discussion about whether or not how much the retirement comes into effect on the city's ability to grow the pool. Ultimately, I don't know if I have that answer.
I just thought there was something maybe the legislature was going to step in and say and figure out a way to stop cities from competing against each other as much as they have been.
I've not heard anything to that extreme. Honestly, the only way you really do that is you eliminate the number of competitors. And that is moving towards more of a unified police force, which if you've watched up in Salt Lake County has had mixed results at best. Cities have gone in and out of contract with unified police for various reasons. They believe it's more efficient to do it on their own. The only thing that I do see on the state level is the retirement. And I think those are bills every year that are up there, whether to abolish tier 2 or to make them more equitable. There are those who believe that a younger generation is not really thinking of the retirement, and more so the costs up front with wages is more important. I'm not sure I can provide a definitive answer on that, but I know there's no effort to consolidate that.
So essentially, unless supply increases,
Yeah, I mean, that's
Supply of
really,
police officers increases. We're going to continue to face this challenge.
yeah,
and it might-
and that's one of the problems with why I believe police officers are a little bit different than others in the city is there's other factors that are impacting people's willingness to go into police office and to be a police officer. Provo City is an amazing place. I love this city, and they have an overwhelming support for both police and fire. And as a result, we benefit from that. However, on a larger sense, there is pressure and societal changes towards police officers in general that make it less attractive for others, for people to get into that field. And that's a tragedy and unfortunate. I can't quantify how much that is. But ultimately, unless you grow the base, and this doesn't change until you grow that amount enough so that this city fill their positions, and there is no more pressure to jump from this one because they have 20 vacancies. And where are they going to find these vacancies? I've never seen it before with the lateral program, which is why I brought that up. The only time I've ever seen pressure like this before is when you have a smaller city incorporate their own police force, and then they need 25 officers right off the bat. Well, that's another factor to say, well, where am I going to get that? We can't train them. So they go and they get them from elsewhere.
Okay.
So
Thank you. It's just something we're going to have to address
yep.
every year, probably.
Mr. Fillmore.
Follow-up question, if I
Yeah.
might. And I infer this from Mr. Hoban's question. It's a supply and demand issue right now. Do you see any state initiatives to incentivize law enforcement careers?
The only one that I know that the state is working on is the retirement side.
That's it.
That's it.
Nothing in terms of encouraging people to get into the academy and
Not that
colleges and so
not
on?
that I'm aware of. I know that the state is also considering, because of the shortage, at various times they've considered, when they changed the retirements, they also implemented a policy that said when you retire, you have to be gone out of that position for a year, and then you can come back. Well, what that did is bled out a lot of experienced officers. And I know there has been discussion about relaxing that or abolishing that requirement to allow experienced people to start earning their retirement while still being employed.
Yeah.
And ultimately that's a good deal for the city, because you don't have to pay as much on the retirement and you get to keep your experienced officers.
I guess I was thinking more along the lines of our state colleges and universities providing enhanced programs for law enforcement majors and scholarships and so on.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that effort. That's not to say it doesn't exist. It's just I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
Well, we have a new chief, so we're not going to have any problem recruiting.
Any other questions for Mr. Stoffley?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did I already ask for public input on this? Okay, thank you. It's going to be a long night, I think. I'd just like to say that I'm supportive of this. I think we need to be competitive. I've been really impressed over my 8 years with the quality of our officers. Just so many good folks in our department. I had experience not too long ago where I was able to sit and listen to one of our officers for a while, and I turned to the person sitting next to me and just admired what I heard so much. I said, I want to be like him. And she said, yeah, me too. So I think we do have advantages here for our officers. We don't need to pay more than other communities, but we need to be in the ballpark, and we need to be competitive. So those are my thoughts. Any other comments before we vote? All right, I'll call for a vote on the implied motion. All in favor? Counselor Ellsworth?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously. Let's move on to item number 10, a resolution appropriating $199,165 in the fire department and the general fund for a fire wildland urban interface program.
Yes, Chair Sewell and the Honorable Council, come to you with this appropriation. I would just mention that Chief Miguel and his staff's here. He actually made a presentation on this in the work session. I was there. I think it's a great program. I'm just going to read the resolution. It says a resolution appropriating $199,165 in the fire department and the general fund for fire wildland urban interface program. The funding source of the appropriation is wildland revenues. And it just mentions here that it's basically for equipment and supplies, one full-time position, which would be a risk reduction specialist, and then 4 part-time fuel mitigation technicians. A couple things I would mention is that finance is in full support of this. I think it's great and admirable that the fire department has mentioned that they will fund this through the revenues that they receive. We're going to help them. We're going to watch that. I would also mention that, and the chief mentioned this too, is that the part-time position would be kind of subject to, if for some reason it looked like it was going to be a year we weren't going to have wildfires or our revenues were very short, then we likely would not fund those, but the full-time position would be there. But over the last number of years, there've just been fires. I mean, it's kind of the new norm. And so I see, and my sense and feeling, I know the chief as well, is it's likely that the revenue will be there, and I support this appropriation. With that, if there's any questions for the chief or any questions for me, happy to answer it.
I'm full of questions today. Chief, I'm wondering, just tell us what is this full-time FTE and these 4 part-time FTE going to be doing on a daily basis?
They are going to be educating our community in the wildland interface. They're going to be working with the Parks Department, with Public Works, with Energy to work on fuel mitigation, actually the removal of what in some of those areas are 50 or 75-year fuels.
So they will be out cutting down.
They will be just like we did this year. They will be out actually removing fuel, but they will be working with residents. It's not our plan necessarily to go in and start cleaning people's backyards, but to help them in doing that, to help them. This last year, we had people that did a lot of work in their yard. They brought it up to the street. We went by and we chipped it all and got it out of their yard for them. Those kinds of things.
Okay.
But public education will be a big part of this. And implementing a program and trying to develop a culture that will last years and years and years. This is not a 1-year program. It's not a 2-year program. We have a topography and an interface that is at great risk, and we feel that it's important that we get this process going and looking at our highest risk areas, getting that fuel out of there, and getting people educated on how they can fire wise their homes.
Obviously, there's a potential cost to human life in a fire. Help me understand the ROI on this. If it prevents one fire, what is the cost savings to the city?
Oh, so I have a, do we have, I think I can answer your question with a little videotape. Just,
oh, okay. Wasn't expecting that.
No, you show the temp view draw.
Well, in any case, I'm supportive. Was just curious.
Yeah,
I
mean, this runs into one home. You're going to get everything the Provo Fire Department has. You're going to get everything that we can get from Utah County. And as this thing moves into multiple homes, as you have seen it in other areas do, we're talking about thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars of suppression costs. Not just from our fire department, but from fire departments. But the biggest tragedy is the loss of residences, the loss of life, and the difficulty in rebuilding our community after this happens.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief. We'll open this item up for a public hearing now. If any members of the public would like to comment. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the council for any discussion. Mr. Hardy.
One aspect of this proposal that I really appreciate is that it is being funded from the Wildlands fire revenues. And so I really appreciate that that's the way that they want to fund this.
Makes it kind of hard to turn down when they're providing most of the funding, the work that they're doing. Not to mention the fact that it's very important service to mitigate risk. So, any other comments? All right, we'll call for a vote on the motion. All in favor? Counselor Ellsworth?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Chief. Move on to item number 11, which is an ordinance amending Provo City Code to comply with current state law regarding fireworks sale, distribution, and discharge of Class C consumer fireworks. And back to you, Chief.
Thank you, Chair Sewell, members of the council. We come before you today based on the successes of the past. We have worked very closely again with energy, with parks and recreation, with public works to do all we can do to reduce the risk of fireworks in our community. And we also have done all that we can do to live within the state law, the rights that we have in as local government in dealing with this particular problem. So we are looking for an update in the ordinance, and Chief Schofield, our fire marshal, will introduce some of the key points.
Good evening. So as the chief mentioned, our ability to regulate fireworks is governed by the state statutes. And the state statutes, other than defining a discharge restricted area, don't give us the authority to regulate any further than that. It's not legal for us to ban them. And so we have worked with this for a period of about 9 or 10 years. And I know that you guys are really busy tonight. So let me just give you a brief history. Next slide, please. So what our approach has been is we've engaged in a partnership. And our partnership is, as the chief mentioned, we have the full support of our Parks Department, our Sanitation Department, and most importantly, we have the partnership of our citizens. This program, as it stands today and as we recommended for our 2021 driest fire season ever, open discharge windows, really relies on our citizens to be smart. And so that partnership has grown. And so we have a 3-phase approach. The first one is to educate the citizens. The second one is to provide them viable options to be able to discharge their fireworks safely and in a manner that won't impact our wildland urban interface. And then the third thing is trust them to go out and do the right thing. And so next slide, please. So we engaged a program called Just Because You Can Doesn't Mean You Should. And we ask our citizens to take their fireworks this year to the parks. And next slide, please. And what we found out is that by providing more park space and having a very aggressive social media campaign, this program has proved itself again to be very effective for our community in managing commercial or consumer grade fireworks discharged during their open discharge windows. We had a total of 5 fires this year in Provo City during the open fireworks discharge window that were as a result of fireworks. We issued 1 citation for discharging fireworks in the discharge restricted zone. And in my 30 plus years in the fire department, that is the fewest by far that we have ever encountered in the open fireworks season, going back to when we only allowed safe and sane fireworks that didn't go more than 10 feet in the air. So tonight we present you with a repeal and basically replace of Provo City Ordinance 9.43, the fireworks ordinance for Provo City. And I'd just like to briefly go over what the revisions are that we have made. And then I will answer, and myself and the chief will answer any questions that you have. So what this proposed ordinance
does is it brings our city code in line with the state statute, specifically with Title 53, Chapter 7, the State Fireworks Code, Public Safety Code, and then Title 11, Chapter 3, which is the Municipal Fireworks Code. And it provides guidance for people in Provo on the sale and discharge of fireworks within our community. The changes that have been made over the previous ordinance, so we've adopted those two titles by reference in the proposed ordinance. The only other changes that we've made are that we have increased the amount of insurance coverage required of fireworks vendors from $1 million to $2 million or $3 million aggregate if they have multiple stands. And that reflects the increased cost of replacing property since the last time this ordinance was revised. The third thing is we've added in 2021 9 additional parks spread throughout the city where fireworks discharge can be done safely. And so we have added those 9 parks into the code, which is required for our citizens to be able to go out to those additional parks and use their fireworks. And then the last thing is we've made a minor adjustment to the discharge restricted area. And I'm going to try and describe that because on the map it was just too small. So as you're coming down 300 South, headed west, you come to the roundabout at 1350 East on the south side and Seven Peaks Boulevard on the north side that runs behind the state hospital property, if you're familiar with that street. And in making our maps compliant with what our code says, we have taken the boundary down Seven Peaks Boulevard until it intersects with 700 North, and then it's continues as it has shown in the past. So that's the only change that we've made to our discharge restricted area. What I can tell you is I'm very convinced that the program that we've put in Provo, combined with the adoption of this ordinance, positions us very well for the future of fireworks. There will be fireworks legislation this year proposed at the legislature. I frankly don't see anything that's going to change what our abilities to do as a city are beyond what we are already doing. And we've got to tip our hats to our citizens. Our citizens have done very well in helping us manage fireworks in our very dry environment. So I would be happy to entertain any questions that you have.
Mr. Harding.
Thank you for this presentation and for all the efforts. It sounds like we had some great outcomes this past fire year. The first bullet point, proposed ordinance brings city code more in line with the state statute. What aspects, I guess currently, since we haven't actually adopted this yet, what aspects of our current code are not in line with the state statute?
So our current city code as written is several years old. I actually received an email from our legal department in October that said we need to look at this, and they sent recommendations. So what this does is this actually takes our city code and by reference lines up all of the discharge dates, times, and information from the state statute. So we're joined at the hip. So we're completely in line with the state statute where we were not previously.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Seeing none, we'll open this item for public comment. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring this back to the council for any discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the implied motion. All in favor? Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 12, which is an ordinance amending Provo City Code Chapter 6.06 regarding digital sign brightness at nighttime. If any members of the public would like to give a comment, you're encouraged to call in or sign in now. This item will be presented by John Magnus, Policy Analyst.
Evening, Council. Try to make this pretty quick. On the November 30th meeting, you heard this the first time. The Light Association and people represented from YESCO came and spoke against our limits. We had a sign committee meeting. We talked to YESCO. We looked at our ordinance. We looked at the math that provides transfer from foot candles to luminance. The sign committee has a new recommendation. In the long hold times, it will be 150 nits. And in the short hold times, it will be 300 nits. We're increasing those short term from 200 to 300 and the long from 100 to 150.
That's from 150 to 200.
Oh, that's right, 200, sorry. Long day, sorry.
Yeah, I understand.
Chair Sewell actually knows the math better than I do. So if you have any questions about the math, ask Chair Sewell, but that is the recommendation from the Planning Commission or the Sign Committee. It's going to be long.
Any questions? Mr. Hardy?
How does the industry feel now with this modified recommendation?
So, do you want to address
I
that?
can answer it for you. They were looking for a limit of 323 nits. But when they were discussing it with us, they said there was not much difference to the eye from 200 to 324 nits. I've also talked to them and told them, if there is a problem, if the signs are too dim, this is set in stone, they can come back, we can talk about it, but this is our starting point. And they understood that, so.
And I'll just add to that. In our last meeting, they asked that we go to 300, and which we actually have, because we found it was we're proposing that we go to 300 because it's compatible with our old code as well. That's roughly comparable. But then when they met with us last time, then instead of 300, they were suggesting we go to 400. But in the same meeting, they also said that 300 works pretty well just about everywhere. So a little bit of a mixed message there. I think the one part that they did take exception with is they would have preferred that we keep it at 300 in the mixed use long hold time areas. But we decided that's where we get most of our complaints, and we really do want to have that be different. Any other questions? All right, we'll open this item for public comment. And I see a hand from Mr. Evans online.
Yes, I still have the same request I had before, and that is that we have a comparison of the nits of current screens and the candle foot of current screens, so that we know exactly if we're keeping the light intensity the same, if we're increasing it or decreasing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Cliff or John, do you happen to have that spreadsheet that I sent a week or two ago that has those numbers in it? While you're trying to find that, let me just comment. So it turns out, Mr. Evans, that our code is based on an ISA recommendation that uses a formula that essentially equates 0.3 foot candles to 323 nits. But our code doesn't use that formula. It uses a table to approximate it. And there's only 4 entries in the table. And so depending on the size of the sign, you end up with a much different allowed brightness level, because our code is going to tell you to measure at the same distance if the sign is anywhere between 0 and 100 square feet, for example. Whereas if you were using an accurate formula, you would, the distance would be different according to the size of the sign. So it's not actually not that one. It was a spreadsheet. I don't know if, I think I sent it to everyone on the committee, but does anyone from staff have that? So just to give you a rough answer though, if I'm not sure if we'll be able to find it, but for example, if the sign was 100 square feet, our code would say to measure it from a distance of 100 feet. And at that distance, it would equate 0.3 candles to 323 nits. If, on the other hand, if the sign was 101 square feet, then that puts it up into the next bucket in our table, and it would tell you to measure it at 150 feet instead of 100 feet. And so then at that distance, 0.3 foot candles equates to more than 700 nits. So one of the advantages of going to this approach by measuring the source brightness instead of trying to infer it from a indirect measurement at a particular distance will be much more consistent with the brightness level that we're measuring.
Can we compare current signs so that we know?
Maybe it might be better to handle this one offline. It's a little bit technical and the math, but I can definitely show you how to translate from one to the other. But the bottom line is our current code with 0.3 foot candles is roughly equivalent to 300 nits, in some cases much more, and in some cases less, depending on the size of the sign. I hope that helps. Are there any other members of the public that wish to comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council for any discussion. Let's see, is this the one?
Yes, it was just on the screen. Do you want it back up?
Yeah, just since you did find it, yeah, if you could. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so these are just some example sign sizes. So at a sign of size 25 square feet, our current standard would be equivalent to 1,291 nits. If it's 50 square feet, it would be equivalent to 645 nits, 100, 322, and so on. You can see the different numbers there on how it varies. All right, thank you. Any discussion among council members? Mr. Harding.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the sign committee for your work on this. I do feel like this is a substantial improvement over what our previous framework was.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call for a vote on the implied motion then. All in favor? Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. Now move on to item number 13, which is an ordinance amending Provo City Code to adopt policies and procedures for the dedication of private streets and utilities. If any members of the public would like to give a comment for this item, you're encouraged to call in or sign in now. And this will be presented by, says Aaron Ardmore, but I don't think I've seen him tonight. Who's presenting for this item?
Mr. Chair, if you'd like, I could give an introduction. I think any policy questions probably will come from Public Works unless, Shane, do you want to start? Do you want me to? Okay. Why would I ask that question? Who would ever voluntarily say, no, let me take it over? Mr. Chair and councilors, this comes from, there's been, and I know that I've seen lots of emails about how long this has been going on for one particular HOA, but there have been there's been at least one HOA, and I think maybe others that have been in talks with the city for some time about the idea that they would like to convert or dedicate the private streets and utilities within the HOA to the city. They came to the city, they started working with the Public Works Department about how to do that. And Public Works came and met with members of the council and with legal. And one of the things that we quickly looked at was, well, the city has no established procedure for doing this. So should the city do an ad hoc just decision on a one-off basis, or would the best thing to do to be develop a procedure and a policy so that criteria apply even-handedly to the process? So that was, I think there was a presentation made to the council back in a work session several months ago. The idea was that a policy seemed to be the recommendation and the best way to go. There was a committee that was formed. Again, this was largely brought forward from Public Works, who wanted to know how to handle the request, but there were members of Public Works. There was feedback received from counselors. There were as a member of the legal team that was on the committee to figure out the drafting. They did some research and looked around. One of the things they found was that they looked around at how other cities in Utah handle this, and there was a number of different responses. There's a lot of cities that have no process. There are a number of cities that specifically prohibit it and just say we won't do it. That is our process, is that we won't consider these requests. And there are some cities that will consider the requests but impose criteria on the request to ensure that they are aware of what the costs and liabilities, et cetera, are going to be raised from this. And, there's a number of issues here that a lot of times these private streets and utilities were constructed at the time as private streets and utilities instead of public streets and utilities, because the developer either couldn't or did not want to meet current city standards. And so for the public streets, so they built a private street instead, often at a reduced cost, which often affected the home prices in the unit. And so there's kind of this ongoing issue where over time, and we've seen this with retention basins too, where the same thing happens, where one of the things that was concerning to some of the staff is that there's this trend where developers come in and say, I don't want to meet public standards, so I'll do this on the cheap and make it private. And then as soon as the developer is done with the project, they turn all of the costs over to the HOA members, who are the residents. Over the years, the HOA members become frustrated with paying those costs and want to get rid of the obligation. And so they want to convert it to public so that it becomes public taxpayer costs that pay for the upkeep and the improvements and the maintenance. There are other reasons why it can be a good thing, and those also were discussed. I mean, if the city is maintaining the road, then they can maintain their utilities under the road. They can make sure that water lines and sewer lines are integrous. They can shoot their cameras that they use on city facilities. They can preserve the fire hydrants and the fire system. So there are advantages that I think everyone acknowledges that can happen on the city having control of the maintenance of the utilities, but there are associated costs. So the committee came up with a draft. That draft was reviewed by the Planning Commission. At their initial review, there were some concerns and comments raised by some citizens, particularly from the group that kind of started the discussion. The Planning Commission continued the item at Public Works to request. A draft ordinance, a red line of the ordinance was provided by those citizens to Public Works and was reviewed by the committee. Some of the changes were accepted and some of them were rejected according to what the committee felt like their recommendation to the Planning Commission and the council was. It went back to the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the ordinance that's in front of you. And I know you've gotten some feedback from some citizens that still have some concerns about it. So that's probably going to come up in the public comment period, I would assume. But otherwise, I think that's kind of the general framework. I don't know, does Public Works want to add anything? So I or Public Works could answer questions if there are any. Matt Griffiths, who is the legal member on the team, I think is on Zoom as well if we have a specific question about what his role on the team.
Okay, are there any questions? Mr. Holman.
I guess just let's say we approve this in the future, knowing that, and I'm asking the wrong guy. I don't know who I'm asking. But knowing we might approve, or if we approve this in the future, knowing we might take on infrastructure that a developer has developed, kind of echoing what Mr. Harding was talking about earlier. I guess, how do we ensure that we don't let them kind of cop out so easily sometimes? And they say, you know, well, then we'll do it ourselves. And then here we are 10 years later taking it on. You know, I guess, what can we do moving forward to ensure that they don't have such an easy out, so to speak? I mean,
well, I know that, and again, I wasn't part of the committee, but although I attended some of the meetings, so there's probably answers to that that others might want to give. And I see Shane Winters kind of approaching the podium. I would say the easiest answer to that question is prohibit dedication, right? That's why some cities prohibit dedication, because then there can be this question can never be brought forward and the developers know it. And so therefore, and the HOAs know it. And so there's never a discussion in the matter. Mr. Peroni, what did you want to add?
First of all, in Provo, there's much less incentive to do private streets than in other cities, where engineering for many years has had the position that if you want to do a private street, you still have to build it to city standards. I've built many private streets and developments in cities where there was this huge difference between what we were allowed to build as a private street and what was required as a public street. So there was a big incentive in those cities. That we haven't seen that a lot in Provo. We just very recently got a proposal for a private street because it's, in this case, they want to do a gated community, a very private community, very upscale development, because they want to gate the street. They want it to be private. They're going to have to build that road to all city standards. I would just defer to Shane if there's anything else he has to say.
Yeah, so our current code is any new development has to build to current city standards, as Bill said. And that includes utilities, that includes all infrastructure, so that they can't, go ahead and try to reduce that cost by building something that is not up to city standard.
Yeah, that helps me feel a lot better. Thank you.
Probably the other thing that was an oversight on my part that may help answer that question is I probably ought to describe a little bit more about what the ordinance actually does. I kind of skipped over that part, knowing that you had it in your materials, but for part of the public discussion, we haven't actually discussed the way that it works. And so as I mentioned, we looked around. What we found was that Salt Lake City had an ordinance where they would allow requests to be considered, and they established criteria and a process for considering those requests. Our committee took that, based our ordinance off of the Salt Lake City ordinance, and then added some stuff to it. And so one of the goals of the ordinance, and I think this is one of the objections from some of the people that don't like the current version, is one of the goals is to make it intentionally hard to convert. And the reason why is because did somebody tell me there was 3,500 HOAs in the city? I can't remember what the number was. I'm getting a nod. I think so. One concern about putting this in place is it might have been inspired by one request, but putting the process in place might lead to requests from every HOA in the city. And I guess kind of jumping the gun, I know one of the concerns that some citizens have voiced about the current draft is that the current draft is very discretionary and they would like it to be more mandatory. One of the concerns that staff had in the committee meetings about making it mandatory is that then we don't know the unintended consequences of how many people might come in and apply, right? So if it's discretionary, you can mitigate the damage of having 3,500 applications. If it's mandatory, you might have to grant all of them. And that's a worst case scenario and probably an exaggeration, but that was part of the committee's concern about making it mandatory, is that the idea was that you've got a group called the CRC Executive Committee that reviews these applications. They identify ways that the potentially dedicated private property doesn't meet standards or is going to impose a cost on the city. Then they refer those deficiencies back to the citizens that are applying. Those citizens have the option of remedying the deficiencies or actually coming to the council and asking the council to appropriate money to remediate the deficiency. The council then gets a chance to see it and say, our public interest in adopting this in receiving public ownership of this property is so high that we're willing to appropriate the money. But the procedure that's outlined here is that it can't skip that step and be adopted or converted to public use without that money being appropriated, so that the city knows what the potential cost is and already knows what the funding source for the potential cost is when the conversion to public use actually takes place. And so it is in the current draft. The philosophy of the committee was intentionally for it to be discretionary and for it to be hard, but not to be impossible, and for there to be a procedure with criteria that allowed it to happen when, as described in the ordinance, it is in the public interest for it to happen.
Mr. Henley.
I don't know, Mr. Jones, if you want to proffer an opinion, but do you feel like this current draft strikes that balance in the right way? I mean, is it too hard? Is it too discretionary, or do you feel like, in your opinion, it has the right balance?
I mean, in many ways, that's a policy question rather than a legal question. But I guess from the involvement that I've had in it and from having reviewed the drafts, both submitted by citizens and the drafts that have gone through the committee, I think, let me put it this way, which maybe skirts the issue a little bit. I think that the current draft addresses and meets the policy principles that the committee was working from. And I think if you want a different answer than that, you probably need to ask the public works people about why they had those philosophy principles, and then the council needs to determine whether they agree with them or not.
Mr. Hoban.
Well, maybe I'll ask in a different way then, because when I read it, I felt like my first question was, does this give enough discretion to staff to be able to say no, or are they going to be compelled? You know, if like with developments, sometimes it's like, all right, the zone has changed, they've met all the criteria, it has to be approved, right? So there's some, does this, I mean, I'm kind of asking the same question. Does it give us enough legal discretion to be able to turn somebody down based on discretionary criteria that can be subjective, I guess?
I would say, to that question, I would say definitely yes. I think that that the draft that was advanced from the committee allows the CRC Executive Committee the discretion to protect the city from the potential negative outcomes that we hypothesized about in this discussion.
Any other questions? All right, we'll open this item for public comment then.
Good evening, Honorable Council and Mayor. My name is Harlan Hatfield. I'm a resident of Provo. I live in the Timpview Draw, Quail Valley neighborhood, maybe the wild urban interface that we've heard something about today. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Strachan, Mr. Jones, their staffs, Mr. Pepperone, the Planning Commission, the staff at Public Works. They've all been of assistance for a long period of time now. I am in agreement with 90% of the draft ordinance that the Planning Commission has referred to the council. We offer some small but important changes to sections 1 and 3. First, older assets that were reasonably designed and maintained should be eligible for dedication. That's addressed in section 3 of our proposed changes, which you have probably seen. The primary position of the Planning Commission draft is that the property is ineligible for transfer to the city unless it meets current standards. This is certainly appropriate for newly constructed assets, but a current standards criteria is inappropriate for assets that were adequately designed before current standards existed. So long as the older assets were adequately designed in their era and have been maintained since the time of construction, such assets are of no greater burden to the city than other older assets already owned and maintained by the city. The effect of using current standards would mean that private roads would be required to be brought up to a higher standard than the city maintained public infrastructure in neighboring communities. Second, the exercise of city administrators' discretion to approve a dedication petition must be meaningfully limited by the standards in the ordinance. Is that really 2 minutes?
You spent too long thanking everyone.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Was this the letter that we were sent, though?
Yes, this.
We did read it, just so you know.
With changes, which I don't have time to finish, but I would just say that the minor changes in sections 1 and 3, establishing standards and limiting the discretion of the CRC Executive Committee to those standards are worthwhile changes that we propose. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Amber Goodmanson from Provo. I'm on the board and a member of the Quail Valley Homeowners Association. I began working with the Public Works Department to do a private to public transfer starting in May of 2018. I've talked to multiple staff members and employees about the transfer over the last 3.5 years. I started with David Graves, who is now retired. He gave me the starting point and instructions on how to move forward with the transfer. Several employees of Public Works came to survey the infrastructure to be transferred. We had 2 years of consistent communication with Public Works and followed the protocol given to us. On July 6, 2020, we had a formal meeting with the heads of each department at Public Works. It was a beneficial meeting for everyone, and we continued forward. We were given a verbal list of needed information and potential deficiencies. We provided Public Works with all of our maintenance records for the previous 15 years. We also provided them with the sewer scope and rescoped an area that they had asked for. After completing the verbal to-do list, we requested the transfer. In response, on November 5th, 2020, we were given an email by Public Works with an additional to-do list. They requested the sewer main needed to be lined. On February 21st, 21, we contacted Vol Cotter and had that resolved. Sidewalks were too narrow. Radine will talk about that. Stormwater discharging onto private property, that was resolved with rereading of property lines. Condition and integrity of the water line, we contracted with Great Solutions on January 23rd, 2021. It proved we had no leaks. We continued communication and clarification with Public Works on what else was required. A month later, on December 4th, 2020, Public Works gave 3 more deficiencies. The cul-de-sac length measured 1,100 feet. It wasn't too far off from the required measurements. Street dedication plat, which we will be doing when the transfer is done, and we've already gotten bids and are ready to proceed. And we needed to provide core samples. We hired a company on September 15th, 2020, and provided that to the city. We met in March 2021 with Public Works, went over some more stuff, met with the mayor, deputy mayor, pretty much everybody else, July 27th, 2021, to discuss the proposed ordinance that had then been brought to our attention. We've worked with Public Works and the legal department on the wording on that, and that's where we are tonight. So that's the history of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. I'm Dina Driggs. I also live in Provo, and I just wanted to talk just a minute or two about the RHOA and the water situation. We've been living in a drought for the last several years in Utah, and our neighborhood is privately owned and has 72 homes using the neighborhood water system with only 1 meter. We, as individuals, cannot conserve water because no one is aware of their personal use with no individual property meters. We are concerned Provo citizens worried about the water quality in our neighborhood. We want the city to support this ordinance because water quality is a right every resident of Utah is entitled to, which was stated by Governor Cox in a recent administrative rule. Having a private water system in our neighborhood, the city is relying on us as private citizens to maintain the system when the city has a water works department that is much more capable to monitor the system than we are, and we want them to do this. We as a neighborhood are paying the same taxes as everyone else in Provo who's receiving this service, yet we are not receiving it. We want you to pass the ordinance to help make things economically fair for the residents of the Quail Valley Homeowners Association. We'd really appreciate your help to keep our community safe by passing this ordinance and looking at the wording so it represents us as well as the city of Provo. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Daniel Snow. I'm a resident of Provo. I also live in the Quail Valley Homeowners Association. And I wanted to take a moment to thank the fire department. A year and 5 weeks ago, we were at the top of the hill above Timpview High School when a 5-station fire emanated from some kids playing with fireworks, came up our hill, and the fire department was there and saved ours and our 2 neighbors' houses with 10 feet to spare. In the course of seeing that, and we're deeply, deeply grateful for the professionalism and work they did in that. We had conversations with fire folks that were there, and we've had these conversations over the years. We are very lucky that when the fire department arrived to put that fire out, that was down on city property, on Timpview High School property, our fire infrastructure worked in our neighborhood. We own and maintain the pressured lines that go to fire hydrants, and we're not qualified to do that. We are really fortunate that they worked as they were designed when the fire department showed up. That neighborhood, the fire staff told us, is their biggest concern, or the draw behind that neighborhood is their biggest concern in Provo. It's right at that urban wildlife interface. And if there were a fire, there have been a fire or 2 in the past down there. If there is a big fire there, our infrastructure is what is going to support the fire mitigation efforts there. And this is one of the reasons that we would ask the council to consider this ordinance to ultimately allow our HOA to be put over to the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Regina Hatfield, also a Provo resident and married to a previous speaker. I just am here to just remind us all that we appreciate what you have been doing. We are very much in support, as you can tell, of an ordinance that gives some guidance to this process. The problem is with this ordinance, the way it's written, we don't think we can meet the criteria, primarily because what the criteria is based on is current standards. Our neighborhood was built in the 1970s. We have roads that are narrow and don't have very big sidewalks. There are many other city-owned roads with similar size, similar sidewalks that would not be able to be dedicated if we met the same standard. So we need an adjustment in the wording to allow for standards that are comparable to the age of the assets that were under consideration and have been maintained equally, if not better, than the city's assets. Consider if you were to come to our roads, you'll find that they're well maintained, no potholes, whereas you go to our neighbors that are owned and provided for by the city of Provo, and they may not be as well maintained. Still, because they are narrow and don't have sidewalks, they would not qualify to be transferred because they don't meet current standards. So it's important that there is adjustment in the language to allow for assets that are maintained, well maintained, and are built under the same standards at the time that they were built that were city approved. So it's important that we adjust that language. Also, it's an equity question. We actually paid for the water that suppressed that fire that endangered our homes. That water we paid for. So not only do we pay taxes, but we also bear the burden of maintaining the infrastructure that we enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good news, I'm the last speaker for us. My name is Tom Sturdivant. I'm also with HOA on the board and want to thank the staff, planning commission, and you all for taking the time to work on this. And we are in support of the ordinance. In the last planning commission, one of the commissioners said, in general, it makes sense for roads and infrastructure to be maintained by public. You have economies of scale, the public safety that's been expressed, and the expertise are all there. So specifically, we're asking for approval of the ordinance with just 2 amendments. The first amendment being the criteria for meeting comparable structure that's maintained by the city. If that's not there, then we could be held to a higher standard. And as it was expressed, Indian Hills is a good example. We also request, there was this discussion of discretion, and we get that, but the discretion, I think, really is in if you meet the criteria of public interest, which is good in the ordinance, that's some discretion, which makes sense. And if the discretion is ensuring that the infrastructure is comparable to the city maintained infrastructure, that's the second criteria. When those 2 criteria are met, we feel that the wording by the CRC should be that it will be accepted for those 2 reasons. That's the discretion that we're a little concerned about. So as long as those 2 criteria are met, we feel the wording should move from may to will support that. Otherwise, things can get a little difficult. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council for any discussion. Mr. Fillmore.
I think many of the comments have been made tonight illustrate the need for an ordinance, right? I don't think that issue is in doubt. Otherwise, we've been pure discretion and a lot of uncertainty, and so we definitely need an ordinance. Question is the fairness of it and the risk and burden allocation. I think it's a coarse oversimplification that I've heard from some people who oppose this by saying simply that, well, golly, these guys wanted a private subdivision. They've got all the benefits, and now it's 40 years old. And they want to shift the burden for maintenance and repairs to the public. And that's not fair. Kind of a cake and eat it too attitude. But I think that overlooks some things. One is the developer got most of the benefit, and he's gone. Secondly is that there are benefits to the city. I mean, the centralized supervision of public safety matters, water conservation, those kind of things. There is definitely a tangible benefit to the city from doing this. Plus, there's this equitable issue about taxes paid. These folks in this HOA and other HOAs, they pay taxes that don't come back directly to them. And so to that extent, they've been subsidizing public utilities, and I think that ought to be taken into account. The problem is, I think the city has a clear interest in seeing public facilities, streets, and utilities, if we dedicate them to the city, to have them upgraded to current standards. I don't think there's a desire by anybody to say, no, let's keep them at a lower standard from 40 or 50 years ago. The question is, who pays for it? And how do you allocate that cost? Maybe there's a fairer way to allocate. I'm sensitive to the argument on behalf of the administration that if you had mandatory standards and if they check every box, that then the city has an obligation to dedicate with every single HOA that might come its way. I mean, that's potentially a significant financial burden to the city, but there ought to be a way maybe to figure out how to give credit for the public benefit of dedication and give credit for prior taxes paid. And maybe one way is to focus on the cost of public safety upgrades as opposed to the costs of amenity upgrades, to draw a distinction between, what's really critical for safety issues as opposed to amenity issues. I don't know, but I'd like to think that there's a way to reasonably accommodate some of these factors instead of a black and white, all or nothing, and still allow some reasonable discretion on the city's part.
Councillor Fillmore, let me respond to that and maybe make a comment about one of the points that was frequently heard in the public comments. One of the kind of refrains there was disliking the focus on meeting current standards or being brought up to current standards. What was neglected in that comment, though, is that there's actually a third provision already in that paragraph that says they need to either meet current standards, the petitioners need to have received the funding to bring them up to current standards, or it's demonstrated to the CRC Executive Committee that the key objectives of the current city standards are already being met by existing conditions. That's already in the ordinance. Now, the proposed language in the draft that was submitted to the council adds this other language that was mentioned during the public comment about being reasonably designed and in similar condition of streets of similar age. I had a brief conversation with Shane Winters, and again, he can speak to this better than I can as far as the actual policy goes, but I'd just say, I think the committee's feeling is that key objectives language already satisfies that element. It already gives the committee an ability to look at the public benefit of dedicating the street and say, and out to say you don't need to meet current standards because we think the key objectives of those standards are met, without being forced to, in the mandatory setting, accept something just because somebody can point to another street in the city somewhere that was built at the same time and say they're in the same condition. I mean, frankly, that in and of itself is a little bit problematic because every street in the city of the same age is not in the same condition. So it raises a question of, well, which one do we use as the benchmark in order to try to compare them? So I think the committee's feeling was that the key objectives language that's in the current draft already allows that particular concern to be addressed. And then I did have a couple other comments about some of the specific suggestions, but I don't yet know whether you want me to go through those or whether that's something that we want to have the councilors raise their concerns and questions first. It may not even be an issue. So.
I'd be interested in having you go through those. Do you have the ability to bring that letter with those suggestions up on the screen?
John, can you put the substitute ordinance up on the screen? And I think I can do this pretty quickly because I think they are pretty simple. So if you look there let's see, maybe. Can you turn on view all changes? because we're seeing the simplified, go to the review and change simple markup. Next to track changes, change simple markup to all markup. Drop down above that. Okay, there we go. Okay, so if you're looking in paragraph D, there's some changes there. And again, the main question here for the council is what is the philosophy in accepting these that you really want to look at? The intention of the committee in this particular paragraph was to identify two different things that could be deficiencies. One was ways in which the city and streets don't meet current standards, and one was costs, liabilities, and other problems that might be imposed on the city by the dedication. The change here tries to meld those into one thing and say that the only thing the committee can do is identify deviations from standards and costs associated with those deviations from standards. Again, if that's what the council wants to do, that would be okay, and that change accomplishes that purpose, but that's different than what the committee's recommendation was, where they wanted the discretion to look at both deviations from standards and other liabilities separate from the deviations from standards. The other thing that I would say, maybe on behalf of the committee, is if that changes was accepted, I think the committee probably would recommend this get continued and that we spend more time seeing if we ought to add more things to the factors, because since there was the ability to include other things, the committee didn't exhaustively try to think of every factor that might be an issue. Okay, that was longer than I meant to take. So if you scroll down to sub H of subsection 1. So this change again is the key. This is where the philosophy of the committee was, let's make it discretionary and let's be explicit that it's discretionary. If the CRC committee, executive committee, which are made up of the people in the city that make these kinds of decisions, find it's in the public interest, they'll do it. If they don't, simply meeting the criteria doesn't guarantee you, and the changes here just flip that. So again, it's just a philosophical question about which one of those two approaches you prefer. Although I would say, again, Public Works brought this to the council saying, we would like to have a way to at least consider requests. My suspicion, and I'd invite Shane or our city engineer to address this if I'm wrong, my suspicion is that if their desire to be able to consider requests is flipped into a mandate to approve requests, they'd probably say they don't want an ordinance. Right? Because they'd probably rather not be dictated to than have no way to address the requests, would be my guess from discussions in the committees.
I had a question about
Yeah.
that one. So if a request comes to the CRC committee and it's denied, but the applicant feels like it met all the criteria and is concerned about the decision, is there a way to appeal that? Can they bring it to the council? What are their options?
It wouldn't go to the council, but there is a provision in Title 3 of City Code on administrative hearings that provides that any administrative decision made by the city can be appealed. It can be appealed to the mayor, and the mayor can either hear the decision herself, or she can appoint a hearing examiner to hear the appeal. And then the outcome of that appeal can be appealed to district court. Now, obviously, if the standard now to be fair and really clear for those who are concerned about this, if the standard is discretionary, it's pretty hard to win one of those appeals because the standard is discretionary to begin with. But you could win an appeal on the basis that the discretionary decision was arbitrary and illegal because it was not based on any articulable decision points.
Thank you.
Number 2, there aren't recommended changes to number 2, but I would just comment that one of the concerns I have about switching it from a discretionary to a mandatory point is that 2 says the following factors, among others, may be considered in determining whether dedication is in the public interest. Well, if you say that if it is decided to be in the public interest, it must be adopted, how many of the criteria in 2 have to be met to make it in the public interest when it says the following may be considered. It creates, in my view, a situation where the city could then be subject to challenge for not considering enough factors or considering too many factors. That's just a little technicality with. And then finally, two follow-up comments. Number 3, in subparagraph 3, subsection 3, again, this is just a change that has been proposed to flip it from discretionary to mandatory, and that's.
Can you scroll up so we can see what Mr. Jones is talking about?
Right there. So the proposed language that says, so right now it says private streets and utilities will not be approved unless they meet the following criteria. So they can't be approved if they don't meet the following criteria. The proposed change is if a finding of public interest is found, they will be approved if, and so if those criteria are met, they must be approved, is the suggested change. And then very quickly, almost a completely different topic, in subparagraph 4, subsection 4, there is, if you can scroll down a little bit more, there's a deleted line. Mr. Winters and I reviewed it, and that suggested deletion actually does catch a problem with the ordinance where if left in, it conflicts with what subsection 7 says. So the updated ordinance in on base that would be the subject of your implied motion already deletes that sentence or that clause. So.
Thank you. So having said all that, Brian?
Yeah.
Help us understand if there's enough discretion within this ordinance to approve if I got the impression from some of the comments today that this ordinance would disallow this request, right? That there's no possible way that they could meet this ordinance, the bar that this ordinance sets. But then when you're talking about it, it makes it sound like there's a lot more discretion to consider any request and that nothing's in stone on this or no bar in this is too high for it makes it difficult, but it doesn't make it too high for any project if we find enough reasons to allow it. I'm not asking you to say, yes, we could approve this or not. I'm just asking, right, does this legally allow a project like this one to be considered at least?
That one, I think I am going to punt to Mr. Winters and just say that as far to my knowledge, the committee never discussed the application of this proposed ordinance to these particular applicants because the idea was let's come up with a policy and procedure that we think is the best policy and procedure independent of its potential outcome. And then once we have that decided, let's apply it. And obviously if somebody applied and it didn't work out and there was, and the council said, wait a minute, we really wanted that, they could always come back and tweak this so that it made it easier, right? Now that obviously has time frame issues, but it's one possibility. I think, and there were some, I will say, original drafts of this made it even harder than this draft does. And so there was feedback that was received from the community where we added more discretion to address those things. So my perspective is that there's a lot of discretion in here to figure out a way to make ones that are truly in the public interest happen, but to identify potential problems with other ones and have them not happen. But again, that's me speaking from the legal standpoint. I think somebody from Public Works probably ought to really talk about how they feel about the discretion that they've been granted.
I think what we've been hearing, and we've had numerous, I mean, this isn't just one, we've had multiple HOAs and requested, what is the process? What is it? How can I make that happen? I think one of the consideration is it's always been in the past, you need to bring it up to current city standard, right? What is current city standard and what does that mean? I think that's where it goes back. And I had the discussion with Brian is key objectives to current standards. That means, is it safe? Does it meet specific fire codes? Is it safe for walkability? Does the street accommodate, the flow of traffic? Is it accommodating to the many objectives that are needed for why we have standards, right? Is it sufficiently built, or is this something we're going to have to deal with, in a year or two? Is it constructed sufficiently? And what does that mean? I think as long as it meets those key objectives to what the current standards are, I think that's where we as Public Works would find that acceptable. And so I think that's where we're seeing a lot of kind of where that discrepancy lies. Can we meet that current standard? For instance, so we have certain street widths. Well, absolutely, up there in certain areas, street widths are narrow. There's absolutely probably no way that you can meet our current standard for street width. However, this current street probably meets the objective of what the street needs to accomplish. And so that would meet the intent of meeting the objective of our standards. So I could kind of phrase it that way. I think that's where it allows, from Public Works perspective, that flexibility of meeting that concern. I think that's what we've heard mostly about, is meeting current city standard. So I'll leave it at that.
And Councillor Shipley, let me also add on to that, that remember that there are also a couple parts in the ordinance where there are identified some funding sources that the private group might be able to use to meet standards where that's necessary. There's specifically mention of block grant funding, capital improvement programs, special assessment areas where they're able to apply for those. And then on top of that, there is always the provision that is built into the process where any applicant can always get their application in front of the council to ask the council to appropriate the money necessary to fix whatever the deficiencies are. So at the end of the day, I guess I would say there's always discretion to approve. It may be a matter of how much it costs and what the political will is to spend that much.
Could I follow up on this section 3 here? I think you kind of answered one of my hypothetical examples. I'm going to pick 2 examples. I know this project isn't being judged tonight, but just to try to make these standards more concrete, I'm going to use 2 examples. So one is street width. So I'm assuming that the street width in this area is not as wide as our current standards. Is that correct? And so I think what I heard you say is that even though it's not as wide as our current standards, it's functional, and you'd feel comfortable not disqualifying it on that basis, or not requiring them to widen the street. Is that right? Okay, so let me give one other example just to make sure I'm understanding the concepts of sidewalks. So back when this was built, there were well, let's see, there's sidewalks on one side of the road and they're narrow. And other neighborhoods that are public at the time, some didn't even have sidewalks and that sort of thing. And I'm guessing that's probably going to be one of the most expensive things. So how would you evaluate that? Using this criteria, would you say, no, you have to have full-size sidewalks on both sides of the street? Or, how would you handle that?
And I think that goes back to what is the objective to the standards? Why do we have sidewalks on both sides of the street? What is that objective? Why do we do that? And I think that's what we would evaluate it against. Do we need sidewalk on both sides of the street? Maybe not. For our perspective, sidewalk on one side of the street may be sufficient. And that's where that committee would evaluate those specifics. Does it meet those key objectives? Does it meet ADA requirements? We are required, to meet ADA requirements. Does the current development meet those key objectives of ADA requirements? There's some specifics up there on those things that are written in those. That's what we would evaluate it against. It's not to say specifically for sidewalk has to be on both sides of the street, but does it meet the key objectives? Is it safe? Does it provide that pedestrian safety for people that want to walk, the public to be able to walk safely through that neighborhood? That's what we would evaluate against.
Thank you. Councillor Ellsworth.
Yes, I'm not sure if this is the appropriate point in the meeting or not, but it just sounds like there's some ambiguity and or some level of discomfort with this topic right now, and seeing the time and the nature of our agenda, I'm wondering if there's an appetite to continue this.
Does any council member desire to consider this item again at the next council meeting? Mr. Fillmore?
I'm inclined to do that. I'm inclined to urge our staff to take a look at maybe adding some considerations to the ordinance. For example, that one of the criteria that they discuss consider in their discretion would be, for example, the tax contribution for 40 or 50 years that didn't come back directly to them, that portion of it. Also, to make a distinction between safety needs versus aesthetics. I mean, I think there's some things we could do to maybe soften the ordinance a little bit and then give deserving HOAs a better sense of fairness.
Okay, our current council rules require two counselors to automatically continue an item. Councilor Ellsworth, were you requesting that as well?
Yes, I'll second Mr. Fillmore's motion.
Okay, so by council rule, then this item will be continued to the next meeting. Is there a desire for further discussion tonight before we do that? Mr. Harding?
Yes, thank you. I won't be at the subsequent meeting, so I would like to share some thoughts. I think we have heard from some counselors with one point of view, and I feel like I have a slightly different point of view. As I mentioned earlier, I mean, what resonates with me just off the bat is the example by some communities that they don't entertain these. Basically, when a developer makes the decision to build something private, that's kind of the end of the discussion. Now I understand that that viewpoint may not be shared broadly by other council members, but I do think, as Mr. Jones talked about earlier, I think there is some value in the committee trying to craft this proposal without specific things in mind. And I also think that the council does its best work when we are looking at things from a theoretical point of view rather than having concrete things in front of us. And looking at the proposal, I think they did a very good job creating that framework. But I also think when evaluating frameworks, I think that it is valuable to put in some concrete examples and say, what would be the outcome in this instance, and does that seem reasonable? So I think there is some value to doing that as well. But I mean, just a couple of things as I'm reading through the criterion on determining the public good of the proposal. There's some on there that I read. I'm like, yes, that's important, and we should be considering that. And then there were some that I read, and I'm thinking, I think that's, I'm not excited that criterion is in there, because I think it could be kind of used to justify things that I'm not, but I think that gets back to that discretion. And I think that it's good for those things to be listed out, even if I would want to discount some of them. But I think that can be done, in the judgment of those that are applying those criterion. Mr. Jones also pointed out that the potential funding resources, and having sat through on some CDBG committees, and we have these limited resources, and we have all of these needs across the city, and to think that proposals, from groups wanting to pass liability onto the public could then compete against some of these projects that are desperately needed. Concerns me, and that it could be competing against some of our CIP projects. That concerns me greatly. But when I look at it holistically, I have confidence in our future leaders that they will be able, using this framework, they will be able to make wise decisions on this. And so despite some of these aspects that I'm uncomfortable with, I do feel like this is a pretty solid balance. We talked about that there was some comments about, you know, it was built to standards at the time and things like that. I think we also, if we're going to be looking into this, I think it's also very valuable to understand what was the historic reason behind something being built as a private infrastructure in the first place. What was the reasoning? Because to me, that impacts a lot of, you know, the questions of fairness. And then one last thing, if I could ask Mr. Winters, a bit has been talked about taxes paid over time and whatnot. And I was looking around, I don't see Mr. Borget. So I understand if we need to punt on this, the answer to this, but my understanding is a majority, if not all, of the cost of delivering water to our residents is covered by the fees that the residents pay for that. And so if people are on a private system that may only have 1 meter or things like that, and I think we are starting to get into those details of the concrete thing, where right now we're really evaluating the framework. So I don't want to get too far into it, but I'm getting a nod there for those who can't see him nodding his head, but the taxes don't actually apply in the case of things like water, because we pay for that through our water fees, not through our property taxes. So those are just some thoughts I have.
Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment. I think from a public safety point of view versus a public infrastructure cost point of view, I can imagine scenarios in which dedication would be advantageous to the city. And obviously there are plenty where it would be disadvantageous. So I'm not in favor of saying we should just say no, because, and I know that's not exactly what you're proposing, but I just want to advocate for the development of this policy, because I think we want that discretion to be able to say this is an area where, you know, we need to incorporate this in so that we can better take care of wildfire dangers or other kinds of safety issues that might be presented there, just because of the history of a particular place. So, but I'm in favor of continuing this for further discussion on the wording of the legislation.
All right, and I guess I won't have a chance to comment next time either. So I'll just say I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I guess it's been a long haul for the residents of this HOA trying to move this forward. So I hope it does move forward quickly. I think we've got a pretty good framework. Some of the concerns I had have been addressed with this. I do see this particular case as one that would be in the public interest, and I know we're not talking about that specifically, so I won't go into all the reasons for that. But anyway, thanks, and I hope the council does move forward with this. Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Mr. Chair, I just make one comment, and I apologize if this makes the conversation longer, but we have this council rule that things get continued automatically at the request of two council members, and there are great reasons behind that. One of the things I've sometimes seen, though, is that the rule gets invoked and there's an expectation by councilors that staff is going to be doing something during the delay, but staff doesn't have any direction about doing anything during the delay. So I think at this point, the rule's been invoked, and that's great, but the ordinance that's on base with that one change I mentioned is the recommendation of the committee. So I wouldn't anticipate there being anything different coming back to you in the next meeting unless there is a motion directing staff about what needs to change. And which is also fine if what needs to happen is that the councilors need to think about what needs to change and make those motions in the next meeting. That's a totally acceptable outcome. I just wanted to manage expectations that way.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other comments or discussion?
Well, I guess a motion is in order then. I'll make one. Okay.
Well, we don't need to make a motion to continue because two counselors have requested it.
But we want to have the interim time be well spent.
Okay, if you, yes, if you have something
Something
specific.
good come of it.
Yep.
Okay. So I would make a motion that we urge our staff to consider adding to the ordinance items for the various authorities' consideration as they address an application. And one of those would be the prior tax contribution. Another would be giving greater weight to safety considerations as opposed to aesthetics.
I have a motion by Mr. Fillmore.
I'll second that. Coming back.
Yeah.
So it's good to explore that. We can discuss it next time.
Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, I don't need to, we can just up or down vote this, and I think it's a good idea to have this discussion, but this might be a case of we need to be careful what we wish for. Provo citizens that pay for utilities transfer 10% of their utility to the general fund as well. So they're paying an additional tax in addition to the cost of the utility that helps the city's general fund. And that hasn't been being paid. So we might find that there's a deficit when we evaluate this of tax benefit that didn't happen based on that transfer part of a utility as well.
Councilor Fillmore, would you entertain a suggestion that I think would be helpful to staff on that? I think staff is obviously more than happy to do whatever directed to do. If the direction that I heard in your motion, at least in the principle of your motion, was for staff to consider additional factors that might also be used to determine that a dedication is in the public interest. I would suggest that maybe the most helpful thing to do might be that the motion be for staff to consider those things, and for the counselors to each read subsection 2 of the ordinance and send us a list of things they can think of that are not in that list. Because I don't know without that guidance that staff's going to come up with things to add to the list on their own, other than the ones that you just mentioned specifically in the meeting.
Yeah, I think there are two distinct suggestions I'm making. The one is to put the greatest weight, obviously, on safety issues as opposed to aesthetic standards. Like perhaps the unnecessary width of a street for a particular neighborhood. But the other is strictly fairness issue. That in that regard, I guess I'm really asking for John Borgett and his staff's analysis on the tax issue. I'm not smart enough to know what that would amount to. It's been raised, and I think in fairness, we need to consider that.
Okay. If that's the only two things that are intended to be considered, then I think the motion makes that clear.
And I might just add, I think the length of time does make a difference. I agree with that. I think we're trying to avoid a situation where a developer's trying to make a quick buck with a private development that he then wants to turn public. But when we have citizens paying taxes, and even if most of it does come through water fees, there are other taxes that they're paying that probably contribute to some of this infrastructure. When they've been paying that for like 40 years, I think that's a different scenario than a development that was just built 2 years ago.
I would underscore that I do have some empathy for an HOA that's 50 years old. And not only is the developer long gone, the original homeowners are long gone. And so we've got second, third generation homeowners dealing with the problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the formula is, but I do support that being considered. Any other discussion on the motion?
Just clarification, is the motion to direct staff to include those things, or is it to direct staff to consider adding those things? I would support them considering those things. I support, anyone council members and everyone considering things in the interim, if we're directing them to include those things, then I think that would be best decided next time.
The motion is to consider.
All right. Okay. I was about to call for a vote. Did you have something?
Mr. Chair, I would just say that if this passes, that I would anticipate that the staff would come back with another presentation and discussion at a future work meeting, whether it's actually next meeting or not, maybe even in January, but to try and explore the implications of some of these asks.
Okay. All right. All in favor? Counselor Ellsworth?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Counselors, you want to take a 5-minute break? Let's do that. Yes, there is.
Motion to saunter.
Well,
I just knew that was coming.
yeah, good.
Diving in and.
That was great. I appreciate it.
We're gonna send
rewording of the ordinance. So that would have been citywide, basically. In the interim, we have changed the language to comport with the language from the state. The state makes it allowed use. Our codes currently, if it's not listed as allowed use, then it's not allowed. And basically, the state has taken their big pen and written into our code that accessory dwelling units are allowed use now. But we do have the right to exclude them up to 67% of our zoning that's primarily zoned for residential. We have had quite a few work meetings. We have discussions. You have seen different plans and different models that get you in it from 66% exclusion down to 12% exclusion. So what we're here tonight is to finish the discussion, hopefully, get something passed. We have removed the A and the S overlays as it pertains to the language and the occupancy levels. In those, we would like to have one occupancy level for every area of the city to make it easier for our code enforcement. There is a discussion on what that should be, 2 or 3. And then the other part that we're looking for is the incremental approach that it seems to be the consensus of the council. It probably will be in the mid to low 60s where we're going to prohibit it in the city. That's what it's looking like right now. Those are the 2 issues that we have left, and we need to make changes to the ordinance that it is currently written to reflect what the council wants. If there's any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Magnus?
Okay, I'll leave it to you.
All right, thank you.
Chair Sewell,
Yes.
I don't have any questions, but when it's appropriate, I'd like to make some of the introductory framing comments that I made in the work session, which I think are useful for the public before there's public comment on the item.
This seems like a good time.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
That'd be great. And some of this is merely reiterating what Mr. Magnus said in another way, but there are some points that I just want to make super clear. So, and again, I said this in the work session, but a lot of people don't watch that, and some of you are here, and I'm not going to say go watch the video first. So to frame the conversation today, I just wanted to read to everyone a section from House Bill 82, which passed in the last legislative session at the state level and went into effect on October 1st. And it says this: in any area zoned primarily for residential use, the use of an internal accessory dwelling unit is a permitted use. And except as provided in subsections 3 and 4, a municipality may not establish any restrictions or requirements for the construction or use of one internal accessory dwelling unit within a primary dwelling. And then if you go down and look at 3 and 4, it says, well, you can require them to comply with health and safety and building and fire codes. And you can do some things like require or prohibit separate utility meters if you want to. You may require that it be designed in a manner that doesn't change the appearance of the home. You may require one additional parking space and some things like that. But again, remember that what the main crux of the bill says is that internal accessory dwelling units are a permitted use in all primary residential zones throughout the state and may not be regulated or restricted by cities. Now here's the big caveat though. One of the allowed provisions is there is a provision that says cities may prohibit ADUs in a certain percentage of their residential areas. In most cities throughout the state, that limit is 25%. The city may prohibit internal ADUs in up to 25% of the primary residential areas. In certain towns with universities of a certain size, the city may prohibit them in up to 67%. So that's what HB 82 did. It didn't create a mandate that said cities go find a place to allow ADUs. It said ADUs are permitted, but you can choose where to prohibit them within certain limits. So there's been a lot of arguments and a lot of discussion over the past several months about whether Provo City needs to do anything in response to HB 82. But there's two aspects to that argument or to that discussion. One is, does Provo need to make any changes to the form of its city code in response to HB 82? And I think there's a strong argument that if the city council wants ADUs to be prohibited anywhere in the city, that they do need to make changes to the form of the ordinance, because Provo City Code does not currently explicitly prohibit ADUs anywhere. Instead, our code in existence long prior to HB 82 said uses are not, any use that is not specifically permitted is not allowed. So since most of our zones didn't specifically explicitly allow ADUs, you couldn't have them. But now we have a state code that says ADUs are specifically permitted, and we don't have provisions in our code that prohibit them anywhere. So if there's a desire on the council's part to prohibit them somewhere, an ordinance is needed to do that, to respond to HB 82. So then the second factor is, while coming up with that list of places where it's prohibited, is it necessary in response to HB 82 for the council to allow internal ADUs anywhere that they weren't allowed before HB 82 passed? And that's been an evolving discussion. When staff and council members first started working at this, they were really focused on where do we allow ADUs, and they focused on the fact that they were only allowed in 22% of the residential zones. So if you look at HB 82 and say you can only prohibit them in 67%, you might think that means you have to allow them in 33%. And so there was a lot of focus spent on trying to get that 22% up to 33%. But in recent weeks, we've changed the format of the ordinance so that it doesn't say anything about where they're allowed. It just provides a manner for them to be prohibited. And what the council, and so with that context, what I said in the work session is that there's two objectives to the discussion that the council's having right now. One objective is to adopt or propose, or consider, I suppose is a better word, a city ordinance that meets the format of HB 82 by listing where ADUs are prohibited so that they actually are prohibited somewhere. And then the second objective is to determine where they should be prohibited and make sure that that's not in more than 67% of the residential zones, so it doesn't violate what HB 82 said. So the draft ordinance that the council has in front of them, what it does is it amends chapter 14.30 of Provo City Code, and it does three main things. It deletes the text of that section that previously distinguished between the A and the S overlays, and restates the ADU requirements that were contained in that section in a way that doesn't distinguish between the two and just talks about ADUs generally. And also in a way that doesn't restrict things that the state told us we can't restrict based on that provision about not being able to regulate them. It also restates the principle of HB 82 by saying, as required by that provision of state code, we recognize that ADUs are a permitted use in all primarily residential zones, except where subsequently prohibited by the code. And then thirdly, it provides a section where the places that it is prohibited can be listed. Now, I just want to give a tiny bit of history and I'll be done. But originally the council's housing committee considered the implications of HB 82 and made a recommendation that internal ADUs shouldn't be prohibited anywhere. And so the original recommendation from the planning commission, from the housing committee that went to the planning commission, and to the planning commission considered and recommended approval of to the council, was to not actually prohibit them anywhere. As an update for those who didn't watch the meetings earlier in the day, the council did make a motion to include a provision in the ordinance that would prohibit internal ADUs in specified areas. What they haven't done yet is specify what those areas are. And so we're at a point where there is a version of the ordinance that exists that does all the things I just described, in which the council is now in the position to consider what they should put into the list of areas where internal ADUs are prohibited, which can be, according to state law now, anywhere between 0 and 67% of the primarily residential areas in the city. Any questions I can Okay.
Just repeat that for clarity. Let's start from the beginning.
See if I can do it twice in this.
That was great, Mr. Jones. There was one other item that we were talking about on the number of the occupancy. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Let me mention that because it came up in the work session, and so will likely come up again. There is a provision of state law, and as I mentioned, it's confused a lot of people because this provision of state law existed before HB 82 was passed, but HB 82 deleted one word out of this section, and so the whole section is in HB 82, which has led a lot of people who have read it to think that whole provision is new and came about because of HB 82, which is not actually the case. That particular provision says that a city may not adopt a single-family limit of less than 4 persons, or in a college town like Provo is, less than 3 persons. Now, our A and S overlay provisions that were in existence prior to HB 82 and prior to that law that I just mentioned having been passed, placed a limit of two related or unrelated individuals with their minor children in accessory dwelling units. There has been some discussion amongst the council about whether, despite that provision of state law, city code should continue to say that the occupancy limit in ADUs is still 2. On its face, that seems to actually violate the state law that I just mentioned to you, although there is some ambiguity about that law because it says a city may not adopt a standard. And there is some argument that the city already had that standard in place before that law was adopted, and so maybe they can continue it. So one of the issues that the council was debating in the work session earlier today was what the ADU occupancy limit should be in the ordinance. It is, and Councilor Hoban asked me this, so for clarity, I should say, in the draft ordinance that's in front of you, it's 3. The draft ordinance that the implied motion would apply to. So it would require a substitute motion a motion to amend to change that. But no motions necessary to have it be 3.
Let me just add one other thing. We had these 2 stacked motions as we ended the meeting, and Mr. Jones reminded me that motions don't stay on the table after the meeting ends. So we I guess we have a sort of informal maybe agreement to start with the occupancy, but it'll require a new motion if we're going to change what's in the implied motion.
So with that, what I don't know, the other question I guess I don't know is whether there's some desire on the council for presentations to be made about the different prohibition options also before taking public comment or not.
Yeah. You're talking about owner occupied.
Well, I'm talking about Mr. Magnus made a presentation in the work session about the different ways of the different possible percentages that have been talked about of banning. You know, there was a 12% model and a 54% model and a 66% model and a 62% model. He presented those in work session. None of them has yet formally been adopted by the council. There's only been an indication that the council wants to prohibit them somewhere. And what I don't know is whether you want that presentation to be made again before taking public comment, or if that's not really relevant to the public comment and something that the council already has in their mind as they go forward.
Any councilors have an opinion on whether you'd like to see that presentation again?
I would just say I think I'm okay without it at this point. I think the idea for the public's sake is that there are different iterations that we're looking at that scale this from significant prohibition down to the minimum amount that we need to take.
Okay. Everyone else okay if we not redo that? Okay. All right. So I think we're ready to open public comment then at this point, unless there's some preliminary questions or whatever.
Well, I think I was just going to kind of summarize what this intelligent man just said and just say the council, when in our work meeting, we decided that ADUs aren't going to be citywide. So I want to throw that out there just for clarity. So if your comment is don't make them citywide, all right, we took care of that. It's just a matter of where will they be and what percentage will they be allowed or prohibited? And of course, all of this can change, right? Anybody can change their mind. That was just a work meeting, but, and so the main thing before us is how much and where is kind of my impression. And then the other piece is, will they be rentable to 2 people or 3 people? So I don't know if that, for a guy like me, I would need it that simple. So just letting everyone know.
Mr. Fillmore?
Also, I'd ask, just clarify publicly, if you would, Mr. Jones. There's nothing in state law that would prohibit us from requiring all ADUs to be owner occupied.
No, there's no requirement against that. And in fact, that is what the draft does.
And there's nothing in state law that would prohibit us from mandating off-street parking for the adult residents.
Not in the way that we do it. There is a provision that of HB 82 that says that we may require 1 additional parking space for homes with ADUs, and then we're theoretically prohibited from requiring any more than that. So we can't. But we have a city ordinance already in place that says every residential dwelling must also have as many off-street parking spaces as there are vehicles operated from that dwelling. The conflux of that is we can't increase the number of spaces that you must have, but we could say you have to get rid of a car. Does that make sense? Because we're limited to our standard is it 3, Bill? Is it 3 for a house? Yes. 3 for a single family dwelling. So we can affirmatively say that's 4, as far as we can say, no matter how many cars you have, even if you only have 1 car, we could say you must have 4 parking spaces, 4 off-street parking spaces. We can't require more than 4 off-street parking spaces, but we can say you can't have more than 4 cars if you only have 4 off-street parking spaces.
Which would be another reason justifying limiting the number of ADU occupants to 2 as opposed to 3.
Could be, yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Hardy?
And just while we're throwing these things out there, the owner occupancy is critical. The sufficient off-street parking spaces is critical. Mr. Jones talked about we can do this. I should state that the default, the proposal that we're considering does in fact require 4 off-street spaces as a minimum. And then also the state law gives increased kind of penalties for people who violate these ordinances, including being able to lien the property. And so I think we have some tools that we didn't have before. And so I think that's also important to keep in mind.
Any other comments before we go to public comment? All right, we'll now open this item for public comment.
City Council and Mayor, thank you for your service. You have a lot of these late nights. Thank you for considering an incremental approach. I would urge you to prohibit ADUs in the full 67% that the state legislature is mandating for Provo. I live in Provo, have lived here for 40 years, have always chosen single family residence homes on purpose. I would ask that you do that. Well, if we are at 77% now and we need to get to 67%, that you allocate that extra 10% in a way that is fair to all of Provo. If you live closer to BYU, we're in danger already of accessory dwelling units, and the pressure would be on even more if this went to a greater number. I've written to all of you about the possibility of randomly selecting where those ADUs would be allowed. which would be a fair, impartial way to spread these throughout the city, and therefore no one neighborhood would have the extra burden of parking and density and all of the other things that come along with a higher density in housing. As you already know, if we have 77% of our city that restricts ADUs because they have not chosen to have the S overlay, that tells you that most of us don't want it. If we wanted an S overlay, that can be done in a neighborhood with a 51% vote, and then the city would grant it. We've had that particular discussion in our neighborhood several times, and it has always come back with the neighbors saying, an overwhelming majority saying no. So I would urge you to go the full 67%. Thank you.
Thank you. And would you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, I didn't do that. Linda Magleby.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could we also just remind the people on online if they want to address this issue to raise their hand by hitting *9?
Those of you who are dialed in online, if you would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand by pressing *9. Go ahead.
My name is Robert Todd, and I've been a resident of Provo for 32 years. I'm a retired mechanical engineering product design person. My wife and I are currently serving our 4th mission since my retirement from teaching and research at BYU. We're serving in the Nauvoo Temple, but the temple's closed right now, so we came home briefly. We'll be going back. I would suggest that it would be important in my mind to let the people in individual neighborhoods have a hand in making this decision of what the neighborhood prefers to do based upon the fact that those people chose that neighborhood and chose to invest their money and their time and their family's well-being in the neighborhood to begin with. So letting that be a factor in determining which neighborhoods might do this and to what extent might be very helpful. One of the missions that we've served has been in Madagascar, you can imagine. And I want to commend you for the marvelous job you're doing and the work that you've done behind the scenes on this issue before tonight. I can't imagine such cooperative spirit and good nature trying to get at a good solution in a country like Madagascar. It's just, you can't imagine what it's like there compared with here. And I want to commend you and thank you for your fairness and your diligence. My name again is Robert Todd, and I live in the Pleasant View neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Paul Taysom. I'm a resident of Provo. In 1991, because I'd been hired by Novell, I came to this area looking for a home. We knew very little about this area. We finally settled on 2 choices, a home in Provo and a home in Orem. The home in Orem reminded us strongly of our beautiful home in Colorado. However, our realtor informed us that the home in Orem was in an R2 area, which is most of Orem is. And the Provo home was R1. We chose the Provo home. Why do we want to be like Orem? Be Provo.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for listening to my comments. My name is David Wright. I am the chair of the Rock Canyon neighborhood. I want to commend you for your work on this subject and that you've read the HB 82 and you're interpreting it correctly. Thank you for your work. I want to address something that I found on Open City Hall. is a comment that says ADUs are a win-win-win. The only trade-off is having to hear people's irrational fears about traffic density, single-family neighborhood, character, crime, etc. There is little of any data that can actually back up these irrational claims and fears. So I would like to address these so-called irrational fears. First of all, traffic. Traffic Planning Commissioner Henry seemed to think that our streets are underused and the additional residents would not overwhelm our infrastructure. He cited that Timpview Drive has 800 cars per day, but its design capacity is 13,000. That's like game day traffic. So one of the problems that you face is that you don't have a limit to what's going to happen. I mean, it can go as high as possible. Let me talk about a few other things. Parking in front of a neighbor's home is not illegal, but it's inconsiderate. When we talk about the great things about Provo, no one ever mentions parking. We're told that in some neighborhoods it is race at night to see who gets to park in the cul-de-sac. And often there's no parking other places at all. A single family character, when you know your neighbors, you feel safe. Most of the crime in the Rock Canyon neighborhood comes to cars parked on the street. The more cars parked on the street, more dangerous it is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you for giving me just a moment here. I'm a 22-year resident of Provo. My family and I moved here in the year 2000. When we did, Provo was our preferred location, but we spent our search time looking between Lehigh and Spanish Fork precisely because we were concerned about this issue, that living in Provo might subject us to, as some insensitively might say, a student ghetto environment with single-family residents that were really duplexes. We overcame that objection when we found a homeowners association in the neighborhood in which we live, which protected us against those things. And I became familiar with your current policies in the city of Provo that do permit exceptions for people over the age of 65 and for family members, which I think is very appropriate. So I'm pleased with what I heard in your decision to not apply this universally across the city of Provo. I would urge you to focus less on a percentage than to be respectful of the preferences of residents by where they've chosen to live and the homeowners associations that they've chosen to be a part of that protect their home. And I also appreciate your sincere approach to this. Many of you are surely homeowners yourselves and understand that the economic impact that this can have on all of us as homeowners. Thank you.
And please state your name for the record.
My name is Grant Pace, P-A-C-E.
Thank you.
I live
Mr.
in
Pace.
the Rock Canyon neighborhood.
Thank you. Let's go online for the next one. Caller with number ending in 3519. You're up, please.
Okay, thank you, Council. This is Austin Taylor. I again want to voice my support for citywide ADU allowance. Utah is facing a dramatic housing crisis. The median sales price in Provo has increased by 24% in the last year. People's incomes are not keeping up with that. A lot of this is because we have a 45,000 unit housing shortage. And a lot of this is due to, I'll say, people who are having kids and are unwilling to let them live in their neighborhoods. And we're seeing this tonight. Established Provo residents who choose to live in a great neighborhood and they're unwilling to let more people move into that, including their children and those who are just starting out. So I encourage you to allow ADUs throughout the city, and let's let people live in Provo. Tell them welcome home. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Celeste Kennard. Do you have to say your address? And I'm the Joaquin neighborhood chair, and I'm just coming to relate some things that different neighbors have said. I think most of South Joaquin already has an ALO overlay zone. So there's that. Tonight, I've wondered how the RC zone affects that. If somebody would address that at some point here. But definitely, I have been told that whatever happens with parking, like if you make it so that 3 people can live there instead of the 2, like the current zone, Joaquin already has a really bad parking problem, and our infrastructure struggles. Like, I mean, we have a lot of neighbors that have trouble with sewer and stuff already. So just please be cognizant of that. And those are the main things that my neighborhood asked me to talk about. The one thing that they did like about the ADUs is that it requires home ownership, which in my neighborhood is always welcome.
Thank you. And in answer to your question, ADUs are allowed currently in the RC zone.
I'm David McElby, a resident of Provo, and happily so. I contacted the state legislators from Provo about the issues because in your website and in many comments, they've been blamed for this policy consideration, that this is being forced upon the city in some way by the legislature. Mr. Thurston wrote me back and I copied all of you in his letter, and I'm going to read part of it to you. The negotiated agreement about the percentage of total residential area where ADUs should be allowed was based on the residential footprint of the city. Recognizing that college towns have very different zoning and housing stock profiles than other cities, we were successful, speaking of the Utah and Provo representatives, in getting a lower percentage for compliance measurement. We should remember that as we think about going to a higher percentage. You talked about the range of permission being unspecified. That worries me. That's my comment, not Mr. Thurston's. But the intent and the clear wording, back to Mr. Thurston's words, was always that the percentage should be calculated based on what fraction of the residential footprint would allow existing single-family homes to add their internal ADUs. It was my understanding at the time of the negotiations, this is critical, based on information we received from Provo City, that Provo was either in compliance with the negotiated percentage or at the very least very close to requiring the minimal change. In meetings we've had prior to this meeting with representatives, Mr. Jones and others, they've said, well, that legislative intent isn't clear. Well, I'm presenting to you, council members and chair, that our representatives think the language was very clear and the intent was very clear, and they don't expect this necessarily to result in a large change, a citywide change or a high percentage change. That's your choice if you choose to make that change.
Thank you.
Council, my name is Dylan Sindrich. I live in the Joaquin neighborhood with my wife. We both attend Brigham Young University. And we really love BYU and Provo, and we would consider staying here after we graduate. I've really fallen in love with the city. But that's contingent on being able to actually afford to live here. And I think as we've seen, housing is getting more and more expensive in the city. And I am in full support of a citywide AUD allowance because I feel like it would provide more affordable options for housing in the city of Provo. I think it's worth noting that I'm the only person here that represents my demographic. And I think that we would stand to benefit the most from an increased supply of rental housing on the market. It does seem that, we have a contingent of the Provo population who already got theirs, who own a home, who have lived in Provo for a long time, and who want to keep newer residents or younger people who are just starting off from moving into the city. And I think that's a mistake. I think Provo is a special place because it attracts a younger population. It's a cool place to live. And I think that we need to make it easier for younger people to be able to move to the city just as, I'm sure all of you did at one point come here. And I also think that there are benefits to the city, increased tax revenue from property values that would rise from having AUDs. And I think that the controls that the state law allows, I think provide some protections as far as mitigating on-street parking and requiring the number of people that are allowed to live in these AUDs, I think provides the city with some protections. And so I think that with the housing market the way it is, I think we should be doing all we can to increase housing supply, not restrict it. And Provo is a great place, and I think we should just let more people live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you state your name for the record, by the way? I can't remember. You did. Thank you. All right.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Giles. My biggest concern is the parking. And I know the state has said that they have to have off-street parking. Well, we have that in Provo already. We have some owner-occupied rentals by me, and they all park on the street. And I went to the city about it, and the city said, yes, that's what it states, that it has to be off street, but we have no way to enforce that. There's no penalty if they don't. So that's my other thing, is there needs to be a penalty, and there has to be a way to enforce it. And to do that, it means you're going to be hiring more people, because that is a big thing. And especially if you do ADA through the whole city, it's going to be the enforcement. And it is another way. You're going to have to hire more people to make sure that it's complied with and following the rules. So that's my concern. And I also didn't understand if you guys are working on a plan on, if you're not going to do the whole city, you're going to do certain areas. So this isn't all going to be voted on tonight, is it? You already have the areas, you've already put those up for everybody to look at.
Still kind of working on that.
Okay.
We don't usually take questions during the public
Okay,
comment.
sorry,
period,
I'm
but
just confused at when you said.
Various
for now.
various proposals were considered during the work session and will be the subject of debate after public comments over.
So we won't be able to comment on any of them, because we didn't get them.
In some ways, you actually are by indicating your preference.
Another online? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Linda Crandall. I've lived in Provo for 50 years. Hard to believe. But in response to the younger fellow that just talked, we have a lot of apartments being built in my end of the town. We had a lot of apartments before, and now we have more apartment buildings being built, more townhomes. Everybody wants, to build in our area. And then you want to allow more accessory dwelling units in our area too. We live in one of the fewer single family neighborhoods that are left, and we're being outnumbered by apartments and townhomes. And so I feel that if you make it citywide, which I'm not in agreement with, that it's going to be still more in our area and not in the richer areas, because they don't need it. A lot of the people in our area may want it because they want to help earn more money by renting out their basements. Also, just one quick point, that Provo has been notorious for not enforcing rental laws here as it is. I see this becoming a worse problem, and I don't see it being enforced very well and seeing it being abused. So I agree with the parking problems too. We have accessory dwellings in my neighborhood already, and parking is already a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, what neighborhood do you live in?
My name is Peter Christensen. I represent the Utah Central Association of Realtors. And I'm here to encourage the council to widely adopt the ADU allowance We are well past the crisis period of affordable housing in our state. The median sold price in Utah County has gone above $520,000 for 2021. It's getting ridiculous. And one of the most effective ways a city can help with attainable housing is through ADUs. It's also one of the least impactful ways a city can address this issue. And there are a lot of misconceptions about what ADUs will do when they're allowed. I'll address a couple of those as time permits. One is a fear of all of the housing stop becoming rentals. What it does is in fact encourages home ownership, because it allows the owner to use their home and sometimes afford the home that they might not normally get to afford. And so it encourages the landlord to be there. And the best landlord is the one that lives at the property. Another issue that comes up is adoption. People think, oh, if this gets adopted, it's allowed citywide, the whole city's going to do it. Historically, that's just not the case. My neighborhood has had it allowed forever, and we have one. We have one, and it's a widow, and it's allowing her to age in place. It's good public policy. It allows attainable housing to be reached and a bigger possibility for most people. It gets confusing when you start patchwork applying it. You get a lot of non-compliance, as it's allowed in one neighborhood and a street over it's not. And that's an ongoing issue, I know, in Provo. So I'd say if it's good in one neighborhood, it's good in most neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Alan Swenson, Provo resident. Contrary to what we just heard, I think that not every neighborhood is the same. I live in Stonegate. Our neighborhood was not designed for the type of population that could come in with ADU units, with ADUs. And the enforcement, it's great. It's great for people to talk about the housing costs and stuff. There's certain property rights that we buy when we buy a property. The windfall to anybody who is in favor of ADUs is something they didn't currently enjoy. The downside is not something that I anticipated when I bought my property if it was forced upon me. And so I think there needs to be some recognition of that. The other thing is this whole question about enforcement. As you leave my neighborhood on the southeast corner of 4200 North and Edgewood Drive, there's a house there that has 10 to 12 cars parked out in front of it almost continually. And it's just an example of probably not enforcement of the parking regulations, not enforcement of what is being considered here tonight. And so I think there needs to be recognition of what the limitations of a neighborhood are in terms of their design and their intent, as well as what the limitations are in terms of enforcement to keep the negatives of ADUs from encroaching upon other property owners in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go online for our next comment. Mr. Austin Harvey.
Yeah, so my name's Austin Harvey. I live in South Provo, and I've been a Provo resident for 13 years now. I just wanted to quickly voice my support of a wider adoption of ADUs in Provo. I know that we have a really low housing supply here, and housing affordability is definitely a problem with my generation and the generation beneath me. I think that for me, as someone who's potentially looking at buying a home soon, I cannot afford to buy a house in Provo, and so I am forced to look at other areas in Utah County that are more affordable for me. So that's basically all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
My name is David Harmon. I'm a real estate broker here in Utah County. And I've been in the business since 1975. So I've watched this situation for many, many years. I happen to live in a neighborhood where there are a few of these ADAs, as you're calling them. And I don't see the problem. I know we're talking about parking a lot, and that, I guess that could be a problem if they're illegally putting a lot of people in the units, but I know the ones I've dealt with have been very helpful for younger people to be able to buy homes, because they can, in their qualification, they can count some of the rent in the basement to qualify for the home for first thing. And another thing is they can help pay their mortgage payment. It makes it possible for them to live in a home and have home ownership. I don't see that the idea that it's going to spread everywhere. I'm like Peter, it's just not going to happen. In my neighborhood, I probably have 4 or 5 that are that way. I've never experienced a problem there. I just don't think that this is going to be a problem. The value of the neighborhood is not going to go down, in my opinion. In fact, the value of these ADAs can go quite a bit higher than their average home in the neighborhood, because it's a desirable piece of property to own, because you have the advantage of having some help on your mortgage. Another thing, many of the older homes, I watched this about 15 years ago here talking about these things, and if the laws are followed, a lot of the homes aren't going to qualify for this type of a housing, because they've got to have that extra parking, and they're just not going to, it's not going to work. And so I don't think it's a threat to that there's going to be a high volume of these types of properties converted. Particularly, I think there could be some new construction of them, but conversion isn't going to be a huge problem.
We're over the time limit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Kafusi, Chairman Sewell, and members of the council, thank you each for your service, including on this divisive issue. My name is Michael Middleton. For the past 36 years, excepting for a church mission, I've lived in Provo and have not wanted to live anywhere else. My wife and I originally lived in a North Park fourplex, and we enjoyed that except for the transitory relationships of ever-changing neighbors. Based on the promises of Provo, we saved for and finally purchased a home in an area designated for single-family residents, where we've still seen both conflict and congestion from illegal apartments. As mentioned, House Bill 82 does not require citywide change, and I applaud the council for your efforts at restraint, moderation, and the consent of those impacted most. I would urge this to be neighborhood by neighborhood, as Provo has adroitly done when annexing new areas or when looking at extensions of the A overlay. If we're out of compliance with state law, the most voluntary measures impacting the least number of people at the lowest possible cost is the right approach. Admittedly, there are feel-good aspects of this proposal, off-street parking and owner occupancy, but Provo City has neither the resources nor the resolve for adequate enforcement. In my experience, the city has not effectively reviewed or remedied illegal accommodations in a handful of R1 homes. Expanding where housing regulations must be enforced will lead to more controversy and possibly more crime. I think it is important to state that this proposal does not add a single square foot of living space to our community, nor does it widen our streets or shorten our commutes or expand our school classrooms. Attracted by the promises of Provo, thousands of people whom you represent have moved here, have paid their taxes, purchased homes, added to the local economy, volunteered in their schools, and been fixed constants in building all that Provo has become. I urge each of you tonight to keep Provo's promises to them, to avoid sweeping change in city zoning, particularly on the heels of BYU's housing recent changes and its unforeseen consequences. If we get this wrong, part of Provo will be permanently lost. Trust the people in each neighborhood to know and follow the dreams that brought them here, and to keep Provo's promises to them. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a comment online. Caller with number ending in 3288. Go ahead, please. Do we have caller?
Hi, I think it's me next.
Go ahead.
My name is Cash Hollered. Love Provo, love my time at BYU. And just as far as my thoughts on the accessory dwelling unit, I think the arguments for it have been made very clear. And I mean, that's why the state has made the changes they have and why most of the cities in Utah County have made this change already. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the concerns that people have with the accessory dwelling unit. And that's just based on the data around the kinds of people moving to Provo, the kinds of people who want to remain in Provo, the kinds of people who work in Provo. If we want to be able to have both students, employees, diversity of neighborhoods, we really need to make sure that there's diversity of housing options for more than larger families with lots of kids. And excited to see that there's opportunities for that coming up along the downtown area, but also this will help have more ADUs close to BYU in the surrounding neighborhoods, which it strengthens the communities. It allows people to live closer to where they work and where they go to school. So I get kind of confused when people bring up crime or anything like that. I mean, these are just young people, right? That want to live closer to campus or closer to downtown Provo, and would love to have them in town.
Thank you.
My name is James Spears. I'm a resident of Provo here for about 20 years now. I actually went to BYU, so I know what it's like to grow up here and want to be here after that. I think we all have different needs and wants, especially when it comes to buying a home in a particular neighborhood. I know the home we bought with the intention of being our home until we retire, and maybe even after that, a place where our kids could grow up with certain expectations about what the neighborhood would be like. We wanted them to be able to have friends that were their age and to be able to grow up with those friends. And so far, that's been just fine. We're actually in the Lakewood neighborhood over here. It's been really good. We came from a neighborhood before that where there were a lot of rental units. I think a lot of those weren't even owner occupied. But due to that, our kids didn't have any friends anywhere around. And I do worry that if we don't let residents decide in their own neighborhoods how they want things to be, being able to decide whether they'll allow their accessory dwelling units or not, that the people who have moved into these neighborhoods will lose out on that choice that they initially made for moving into that neighborhood. Some people might say, yeah, let's allow it. Some people will say they don't want it. So I think neighborhoods need to decide. Neighborhoods understand best the situation that's going on in their particular neighborhood. Let's see, I also just wanted to mention again that there needs to be better enforcement of the laws. I know that in my neighborhood where rentals are not allowed, that we have a triplex that is not owner occupied, a single home that is a triplex, been made into a triplex. And we also have a duplex that is not owner occupied, as well as multiple other apartments that have been added to homes, even though they are, those ones are owner occupied. But yeah, we're not in a neighborhood that allows that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Memmott from Provo. Many of the current homeowners of Provo who have invested here did so in their current neighborhoods based on the belief that they were purchasing in single-family neighborhoods and believe that they would stay that way. If we wanted to be able to rent a room to family members or people we didn't mind sharing a kitchen with, that's allowed. If we weren't comfortable with that, then we looked in neighborhoods with an overlay that did allow a separate apartment. As presented at work session, this still adds the ability to have a detached accessory structure with a separate utility line, which is not required in the state statute. It gives Provo, in fact, it only speaks about internal accessory dwelling units. What was presented at work session, you discussed a little bit, but didn't kind of left it open whether you're going to allow those detached units and a separate utility. And the only limitation as to size is that the accessory unit be smaller. That's a pretty broad allowance, creating the possibility of doubling the density where this is allowed. I greatly appreciate the time and energy that's been applied to this, and I'm grateful for the option to apply the code incrementally especially as proposed by Councilor Sewell this afternoon. In deference, though, to the residents in the zones that are suggested to be changing, and because there is a process in place in Provo to allow each neighborhood to apply this for themselves in their area, I would respectfully ask that you leave the reference to detached ADUs where they currently are allowed. I understood it was only the A overlay from the work session, and remove the allowance for the detached ADUs in the areas where you're proposing expanding ADUs. Mention was made in work session about the discussion being dropped. I believe the discussion has just begun, and that the process that Provo City currently has in place will allow those who are interested in expanding this into their neighborhoods to pursue that process. I appreciate any effort to recognize that we've each chosen where we want to live based on values important to each of us individually. Sorry, last sentence. And I please would ask you to not apply a one-size-fits-all solution that is not required by state law or wanted by every neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Becky Bogdan, Provo, Utah. James is a part of my neighborhood, and I want to clarify that the area he's talking about are brand new move-up homes. And there's more than just the duplex, and there's more than just the triplex. In those brand new move-up homes that West Provo desperately needs. There are quite a few, and I get quite a few complaints. And we even see about them talking about their new apartments in their basements. This is a problem, and it's becoming more of a problem in West Provo for our brand new move-up homes. So I want to state that. And also some things that I've heard today that have been included and alluded to is that it would bring up the price of housing. Yes, it would allow someone to move in there and rent out their basement, but it also drives up the cost of what that would be. Jonathan Hill did include 3 different points that he found in his research, and I emailed those to all of you at the end of October. I'm sure you're all aware of those, and for time, I won't go over those, but I do want to stress that please consider that. Please consider what David Day said during Planning Commission meeting, that they would like more research on what exactly this would do to the sewer, especially in West Provo, and how that's going to affect our move-up homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ted Lloyd, and I'm a longtime resident of Provo. And I appreciate you letting us speak before you. I grew up here, and I've lived through a lot of people who have said that it's not going to really affect neighborhoods much. And I'm here to tell you, I lived through it, and it did affect our neighborhood a lot. I grew up in Lower Oak Hills, the tree streets, if you will. And when I became a teenager, for some reason, Oak Lane decided that they all wanted to rent. I would imagine that at least half of my neighbors rented their basements. And frankly, we had just parked cars up and down the street all day long. My parents were not very happy. In fact, they told me I could not even ride my bike in the streets because of all the cars. It was so dangerous. And that was a pretty wealthy area at the time. And they were renting. So it's not just the lower income that will rent. I did look on the 2020 census data and found some interesting things. Number one, we are at Provo City is 186% more rentals than Utah County. If you separate Provo from the rest of Utah County, 186%. We've already done more than our share. I think these people it'd be well for them to actually ask the other cities in Utah County to come up to our level. If you look at it, our median, the value of the owner-occupied house in Provo is less than any other in Utah County and less than Utah. We already have the most affordable houses in Utah. And then one last thing, we are the most diverse of all. I would strongly suggest that because we've already done more than our share, that we increase it so that we do the 67%. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Eileen Miller, and I am with the Utah Valley Home Builders Association, Government Affairs. I have with me today the actual copy of the statute that was passed. And for all those in the audience or those watching online, they can access it. It is under Utah State Code, labeled IAUDS. It's 10-9A-530 internal accessory dwelling units, and also provides for the external ones in that same section of the statute. I get the impression from listening to all of the comments today that the big problem is the enforcement. And I came to the meeting 2 weeks ago, and I talked to some people here about how enforcement is for zone in Provo. And although it is not a policing issue, it's more of an administrative issue. And so what I just want to make the people's hearts rest assured that the legislature went through heavy duty public hearings, and that they didn't leave out the penalties for enforcement. Is actually in the code, and it tells in the code the provisions for the city. It says that the city can put a lien on the property, and that they can fine up to $100 for each day of violation. And so it goes through an entire process where there's a hearing held, the people can show up. I understand the issue about the off-street parking. I just want to say one more thing about the new construction. You have homes in Saratoga Springs right now that the frontages on them are like 40 feet. There's no place for accessory dwellings. However, the young people who are trying to get into those homes, the homes are built up, they don't have basements, but they can't afford to get into the homes unless they take a renter. So they are replacing the fronts of their properties with parking space with no grass. And that's how they're going to accommodate it so they can afford to get into a home. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Pam Jones. I am a vice chair of the Edgemont neighborhood. I've lived in my house for 32 years, and I consider it semi-rural because over the years, within a few blocks, people have had horses and sheep and llamas, and I've got chickens next door. People live in that area, and I'm talking about Northeast Provo, which is sometimes referred to as Edgemont, because they like big houses, roomy lots. We don't have any high rises. Except recently, we've got this 6-story monster by the stadium. I've been to a lot of neighborhood meetings in the past 32 years, and never has anybody jumped up and said, "Oh, goody, more density." When a developer wants to build something big, and usually after they hear all of the objections from the neighbors, they will reduce their plans. Now, I know several people who are older and they need people to stay with them to do their yard work, to take care of their health needs and so on. I'm in that age group too. And I'm not against ADUs for people like that who need somebody to live with them besides relatives. But I don't see how the residents of Provo should solve the problem of other people not being able to find places to live.
Thank you. Can I just take a quick read of how many are still wanting to comment tonight? We're going pretty late already, and just kind of raise of hands. Looks like we don't have very many more, so we'll continue.
Hi, my name is Eric Chase. I'm the neighborhood chair in the North Park neighborhood in Provo. Unlike a lot of places around, we've had accessory apartments, accessory units allowed for decades in our area. And I want to say they're not without a few downfalls, but I think some of the other changes the city has made recently will majorly address those, especially allowing detached accessory units. One of the issues that our neighborhood has had is that almost every house that was eligible to be an accessory unit was split into basically 2 units. And so there's not any, 3 or 4 bedroom apartments left. But what I suspect will happen is because detached units are now permitted, we'll see a lot more of those, and it will preserve the original housing for families that want to have larger houses and also provide more housing. And I think it would be a benefit to the whole city. That's one of the other negatives that has impacted us over the course of decades, is that it's because it was limited to such a small area. It had more of an impact, but I think that sharing this throughout the whole city, just like Orem has done, will help integrate more neighborhoods around the city. And I think that's a good thing for the health of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Hugo Boren. I live in the Rock Canyon neighborhood and have lived there for probably 42 years or so. This has been a very interesting experience for me. It has, for one thing, helped me appreciate the work each one of you men do and women do. And the seriousness you place on these issues. And I appreciate that. We live in the Rock Canyon neighborhood and have appreciated over the years the opportunity of living by good neighbors who have similar standards, similar beliefs, similar expectations. There have been a few infractions. Somebody mentioned enforcement. I believe that is or has been a problem. I also sense that the city is trying to do something about this. Yet I'm not sure where that will end because it is a challenge. If one thing came out of this meeting tonight for me, is that we have divergent municipalities within Provo. There are areas that are very happy with what they have, and there are areas that would think we would all be very happy with what they have. And yet, I think we've heard expressions from both sides where there are advantages to each one which conflict with the others. I support the comment that was made earlier, and that is to get a more accurate reading of what the people in that neighborhood want. I sense that many would strongly support the ADU proposal because they're happy with it. But I also guess that there would be others who would not be. And this is a permanent change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing anyone online or anyone here approaching the podium. So we will close public comment and bring this back to the council for discussion. It is 10 o'clock. We're way past the point where we like to keep staff. So I guess I've just encouraged, let's try to focus on what's essential, make some motions, get some decisions made here. Mr. Shipley?
To try to go to that end, I'll go ahead and start with a motion that we consider Mr. Sewell's suggestion with a contingency of an ad hoc committee on ADUs that would immediately form with the intent of exploring ADU expansion, assessing neighborhood by neighborhood, really going through a more in-depth process. And I say that, and maybe I'll give an opinion with that that I maybe I've given before. I'm very sympathetic to trying to expand ADUs the best we can. I'm also sympathetic to some neighborhoods that for decades have not wanted that and bought into those neighborhoods for the express purpose that they wanted to preserve single family homes. Having said all that, my wife and I lived in an illegal ADU when we first got married in the Timpview neighborhood, and it was one of the best experiences of our married life. Being in that family, neighborhood and having that opportunity, having an affordable option for us at that point, getting to know a family that took very good care of their property and was very intent on us taking very good care of their property. So with proper compliance, and again, that's a question mark I think we all have. We want proper compliance. But if we can assess compliance and improve compliance and allow the new state rules to help us with compliance, I think that'll be a component of it. Then I think we should get to work right away at trying to assess and evaluate and try to expand ADUs the best we can, beyond the idea tonight of just getting into compliance. So I'm fully supportive of Chair Sewell's plan as long as it's contingent on us getting to the work of expanding ADUs the best we can as soon as possible. It's a motion, that we approve Chair Sewell's plan for the prohibitions, the list of prohibitions. Now I'm worried that we need to take care of the occupancy issue though first.
Well, let me just address that and say, you don't have to, from a legal technical standpoint, right? I mean, because we're not approving the ordinance. What we're doing is making motions to amend the ordinance exhibit. So to the extent that your motion is to stick into that ordinance exhibit, the areas listed in Mr. Sewell's proposal, Councilor Sewell's proposal, that still leaves discussion about external and occupancy for later motions.
Then let's move forward.
Motion by Mr. Shipley. Mr. Hanley.
I'd like to second that. I'd like to maybe make a couple comments about why I would second it, if that's okay. I will say I'm not sure if we need to create a subcommittee or just simply charge the housing committee, which would be reconstituted in January.
My preference would be an ad hoc committee specifically to ADUs.
I think what Mr. Shipley and I agree on is that this should not be delayed. That it should be something that we get going on right away. So whether it's a subcommittee or not, I'm not too worried about it. I would just want to make sure that this is not delayed. I just want to say a couple of things about why I think I've come to this conclusion. I've been pretty supportive of the idea of expanding ADUs from the beginning, long before the state actually brought this before. I think Mr. Magleby was correct. This is really our choice to have had this conversation. I think this is maybe one reason why I'd like to divorce it from the state thing and then have our own independent Provo-based conversation about where we want to go. I think it just sort of stimulated the conversation and got it going in an interesting way. But I think that's also sort of the urgency of addressing the state law created a sense of urgency around a discussion that I don't think should be rushed. At least that's kind of where I've come to the conclusion of. I just want to say a couple of things about the housing crisis. We just looked at some data that we've put together for our general plan draft. Median sales price for a home in Provo is $449,000. The affordable threshold for a family of four is $273,000. Family of four would need an income of $83,000 to afford a home. And we need to add up to 1,000 units a year to meet the demand in Provo by 2040. So we're in a really serious difficulty. I don't think this is the silver bullet. I think I've heard people say we've seen only modest increases of ADUs where they've been allowed. And I think maybe that might be some comfort to its opponents. It may be also one reason why I don't think we need to rush this, because I'm not sure that it will make all of the difference. I think it can make a difference, but it could diminish the pressures that we're seeing. So I think that's one reason why we ought to look pretty seriously at them and figure out where they're needed and where appropriate, including up to a citywide option. I don't know yet if that's the best way to go or the fairest way to go. I think there's some good arguments for that, but I think what most people I've been hearing are expressing concerns about, again, are enforcement issues. And I think I'll just say I live on Oak Lane, and we have ADUs in my neighborhood. I wasn't there a long time ago, so I can't speak to that. I would just say my experience has been very, very positive with it. I know other people in the lower Tree Streets who have differing opinions on it. But I think generally speaking, the idea of a well-regulated and well-enforced market that with ADUs can make homes more affordable. It can anchor owners. It allows that flexibility of aging in place, growing in place. If you're a young couple buying into a home and you want to expand into that home with your own children at some point, but can rent out a portion of the neighborhood. I haven't seen any instability or transience. If anything, the transience I've seen in my neighborhood are homes that are bought by investors who are absentee landowners, and they rent them out. And that's, the family comes in. I live next door to a house that rented out every single year for 15 years. So every single summer, a family we had come to love would say goodbye, and we'd have to start it all over again. So that was transience too. I mean, that's not, and I think that's part of the problem we have with these rising housing prices. It is inviting outside people who can exploit that. So I would really like to do this in a less divisive way, a less rushed way, with more public conversation, more understanding. I know we can't possibly all agree, but I think for a better process that's not pushed by the state law, that allows us to look at how we can expand ADUs is the way I would like to go. And I think in the end, that's why Mr. Sewell's proposal is the one for now I want to push through, is because it helps to sort of get rid of the worry about the state issue, and then we can focus on what we really want to do as a city. I am a little concerned that the expansions we're looking at to address the state issue are not terribly meaningful. I don't think we're going to learn anything from them, to be frank. I think there's very little, if not zero, chance that we're going to see any ADUs increasing in the city as a result. But I'm willing to live with that as long as we can make a commitment as a council that we'll look at this pretty seriously going forward and right away. So that's where I am.
Thank you. Looks like Councillor Ellsworth has her hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted, excuse me, I just wanted some clarity on Mr. Shipley's motion and maybe intent. Maybe this is a vote of no confidence for the housing committee. I'm trying to understand what would this ad hoc committee accomplish that the housing committee couldn't accomplish. The housing committee has been working on this for about 8 months. What do we feel was rushed? What are we going to change the next time around? What's going to be different over the next 3 months or 8 months? Are we going to have a resolution in 8 months? Tell me how things are going to be different so that I can kind of understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I think, so first of all, I think the Housing Committee did a great job, and I think they put a lot of effort into this, and I think they looked at a lot of different issues, and yeah, I think we didn't get to a point. So the Housing Committee sent something with the approval of the council to the commission that I interpreted would be interpreted by the commission, and it wasn't interpreted by the commission. It was just sent back to the council to review as a full council. I don't believe that the business of going neighborhood by neighborhood or by looking at the city and trying to really be put some logic behind how we expand or how we don't expand. I don't think that's the business of a full council. I think that is the business of a committee and or a commission that I thought would be looking at that. And so I think going forward, I would like the Housing Committee to be able to look at housing issues as a whole. And I would like a subcommittee or an ad hoc committee of some kind to just get laser focused on trying to evaluate ADU expansion and not be distracted by anything else, as a committee. And so that's my intent. They could be the similar members, Ms. Ellsworth. So it's not about anybody on the Housing Committee. We're going to reconstitute these committees at the first of the year anyway. So it's not, there doesn't have to be carry forward from a specific committee or another. I don't have a preference even at this point who's on that committee. I just want to make sure that we have a committee that's workable, that's able to look at this and focus on this only.
Can I respond to that? It's late in the day, and there's some constraints to my brain cells at this point, but I don't remember the Housing Committee working on other issues in the last 6 months. This is the only thing the Housing Committee has been working on. And I'm not trying to be defensive of the Housing Committee. I just don't know what we would do differently next time, because as a member of the Housing Committee, we've been trying to right size this. We've been trying to find a rational nexus. I've been looking for some kind of compromise. And we haven't gotten there yet. I admit that people aren't satisfied with the solutions that have been proposed. But I'm trying to figure out what is going to be a productive next step. Is there a definitive conclusion to that? Is it 3 months away? Is it 9 months away? Are we going to be made the bad example in the Utah legislature in 1 month?
Sounds good.
And those are the things that I'm thinking about. What are we actually going to do differently?
Mr. Hubin.
Could we table what type of committee and just state a committee will work on this?
Okay. That was a positive response from Councilor Shipley. I have the movement.
So do I make
No, I can just restate my motion. And that is that I just want a committee working on this, whether or not we decide that the Housing Committee can completely focus and we don't care whether or not it's ad hoc or not. My initial intent was I wanted a committee that wouldn't get distracted by anything else, wouldn't even have the potential for anything else. And I also want the committee to dissolve when, in my mind, it was a committee that would be focused on this and then be done when it was done.
Mr. Hubin? I was just going to say, if we go this route, I want something I want to consider. I want the committee to consider is some sort of economic hardship exemption, or I'm not sure exactly the word I'm looking for, but I want somebody, if they get divorced or lose their job or something like that, to be able to apply for an ADU so that they don't lose their home wherever in the city. I don't think that that's too unreasonable. I don't think anybody out here would say that they want somebody to lose their home because they lost their job or they got divorced or something. And so they're not going to let them have a renter in their basement. I think those are the type of situations where my heart goes out and says, we need ADUs more. because we need more flexibility. So that would be something I would like the committee to explore. I don't know if that's feasible. I don't know if that's based on income or what, but that's something I would like them to explore if we go this route.
Mr. Hardy.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss the motion, and also, we are getting later and losing some of the people. I won't be here, after tonight. So I do want to make a few points. Councilor Handley talked about the motion on the table having not meaningful expansion. I would actually say that it was specifically designed, this proposal, or the proposal was designed to be as unmeaningful as possible. We're at 22%. We may technically get to the state requirements, or I should say this opposite. I'll say that currently we allow it in 22%. What we're talking about is disallowing it in 67%. But the difference was designed to be as meaningless as possible, to do the least change as possible. And we have heard from our staff that reached out to state legislators saying, well, what if we pursued this? And the message that I believe we got back was that the state would not look kindly at doing exactly what we're talking about doing. So that is something that we should consider tonight if we're trying to rush something through. I also wanted to mention, there have been several positions taken. The Housing Committee tried to look at where does it make sense to limit ADUs. One thing, HOAs currently, had the ability to create CCNRs that would limit this, and the state has kind of taken that away. Because of that, I think that it would make sense to prohibit ADUs in PDUs, PDs, what's the other acronym? PROs, things like that. I think that there's a logic to making that not, prohibiting them in those. Outside of that, I struggle to find a logical argument for why ADUs should be prohibited, and I'll get into why in a little bit. But so we have we have a committee recommendation, which is pretty much minimal prohibition. That was taken to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission did have some conversation back and forth on it, and even the Planning Commission, but watching that, a strong majority of the Planning Commission was in strong support of ADUs, and said, well, we'll kind of pass it back to the council to work out some of the details. But I mean, it wasn't like it was mixed. I mean, it was very strong for ADUs, but some of the details, they didn't seem interested in working out some of those fine details. The staff position, in the committee, the staff position that was communicated to the Planning Commission, the staff position, as published on Thursday, is for citywide implementation of ADUs. The Planning Commission, that's the Planning Commission position as well. So all of that has been the planning. These positions. We asked the staff in one of the committee meetings, if the council wanted to go into a phased approach and approach this with a few different steps, what is the staff's recommendation at that point? And they said they would recommend basically allowing it where it's currently allowed, prohibiting it everywhere else except for R110. And that was their recommended step to move forward. They did not support, I think staff supported doing it by zoning designation. Mr. Magnus, if you can pull up, I think it was map 8, I guess we could go to. And I have a whole bunch of more maps, but we won't dive into that. But
another logical way to approach this is we have the flexibility to go with prohibit in a higher percentage of area than most cities because we have a large university. And so if we're looking for a logical way to step into this, I think a logical way would be to create a perimeter around the university and say, this is where we're going to prohibit it unless it's already allowed. Which is what is in yellow. What's in yellow is what's currently allowed for ADUs. So the blue is what BYU defines as their campus, and then orange is selecting the neighborhoods that border BYU or are within a certain distance. Since I did this, I've felt greater concern from the council about stepping into this even lighter, and so I think, with that in mind, Grandview North, Grandview South, and Franklin could also be added to that prohibition list. And then it would only be neighborhoods that are quite a ways away from BYU would be the ones that it would expand into. So I do think we actually have some logical, meaningful stepping stones towards being compliant, not just in technicality, but in spirit with what the state has asked us to do. Because I do worry. We talked about urgency. I agree. This does feel rushed, and like my biggest regret is that I don't feel like we have communicated well with the public, particularly on what the advantages of the ADUs are. But at the same time, I don't have it in front of me. HB 82 was passed 9-10 months ago. We've had 10 months to work on this. And that's with a gun to our head is the phrase I've heard a couple of times. You know, what's the likelihood that we're going, I mean, with best intentions, great, prove me wrong, but I have serious concern that we're going to, bring this back with urgency, considering it's already taken us 10 months. And also, I really have strong concerns that once we technically comply with the state, unless the state comes down hard on us, I worry that we have the political will to implement anything meaningful. If the first thing we do when we have to do something is take the least meaningful step that we can do. So a couple of years ago, the state passed Senate Bill 34, which gave a menu, if I remember right, there are 23 items on that menu. These are things that cities can do to help address the housing shortage and the housing affordability crisis that we are facing. This is in part done on the state level because when individual communities are relied on to do it themselves, they take the kind of the self-preservationist point of view and we don't do anything, and the statewide problem gets worse and worse. And so the state legislature, after asking cities to do this for a long time, finally said, okay, we're going to force you to do something. They came up with, and I think that applies even at the neighborhood level. So they came up with Senate Bill 34. Here's 23 items that you can choose from. You have to implement at least 3 of them. I think this was a wonderful approach. It gets everyone to do at least something. I think they should have just raised the bar, say, okay, well, now you need to do 6, now you need to do 9. We need some outcomes or whatever. And the state legislature has access to some good studies and researchers and best practices and what. They've got the experts to back up a lot of what they're doing. This past year, they came up with House Bill 82. I didn't like the approach of forcing everyone to do ADUs, even though I'm a proponent of ADUs. I just don't like that approach. But we should ask ourselves, why of all of those 23, why did the state choose ADUs? What was the point? Let me jump to this one. Often there is this dynamic between renters and homeowners. And are we building something for renters? Are we increasing the renters in the neighborhood? Or are we building stuff for homeowners and increasing home ownership in this? We often talk about, are we building stuff that raises the cost of the property values and the cost of housing, or are we building things that make housing more affordable? Often these are kind of trade-offs. We've had some professors talk about, you know, how we're wiping out. We can wipe out hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth by decreasing property values. We also hear from state experts about the housing crisis and how housing prices are going up through the roof, and that the detriment that it is to our society and to generations and the problems that we're going to be facing there. The thing is those are the same thing. Okay, so if we've got housing prices going through the roof and property values going through the roof, that generates huge amounts of wealth, 24% in the last 12 months. So when we talk about wiping out wealth, hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth, that's not necessarily like long-term developed wealth. That is wealth that homeowners have enjoyed the gain of huge amounts in just the last year. So if we slow that down a little bit, or, you know, heaven forbid, property values drop 5% out of the 24% that it just grew in the last year, you know, yes, we're wiping out wealth, but we're doing so in a way that allows people to be able to afford homes. And so ADUs, usually all of these tools, it either helps one side or the other, and there's this balance. ADUs are special because not only does it make home ownership more affordable, but it also provides rental opportunities. It stabilizes neighborhoods. I apologize. I'm taking too long, and I'm not stating this very well. But it can make home ownership and it can make housing costs more affordable at the same time as it improves or increases property values. And that's something that none of these other tools can do. So there is something very special about this. One last thing, let me just say, and it's been talked about many of the people that are concerned about this proposal, and I'm listening to their concerns and saying, those are actually the reasons why I'm pushing for this. But people have talked about already investors are buying up the homes in our neighborhoods. That is actually a fairly recent trend. We've always had people who have bought investments, but just in the past 5 years or so, we have seen institutional investors, hedge fund managers, foreign investment have started investing in individual single-family detached homes, and we've never seen that before. That is a new thing. So now we have families that now have to compete against the Berkshire Hathaways in bidding for that house, and they're going to lose unless there's a way that they can get that home. There's more value to a homeowner than to that institution. And that's what ADUs provide. We can have families outbid that investor because they can have this additional opportunity. And those investors can't do that because it won't be owner occupied. So ADUs will strengthen the neighborhoods in our city. It will stabilize the neighborhoods in our city. It will increase home owner occupancy at the same time that it provides opportunities for renters and opportunities for people to get in and become homeowners for the first time. So I strongly think that we need to do what we can to provide for this opportunity in our community. I think we need to think about what we're going to do tonight. And is there something other than what potentially will bring the wrath of the state down on us by doing the minimal option? But I do support And I wish you the best as you try to tackle this in the future, but it's going to be tough. No matter when you do it, and no matter what you propose, it's going to be tough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. I just wanted to make a brief kind of procedural comment as far as making you aware of some options. You've got a motion on the table. One of your options, obviously, is to treat each potential proposal for prohibitions as a discrete proposal that gets fully debated with every reason for, every reason against being stated until there's a vote on that discrete proposal. But the other option, I'd just like to remind you that under your rules, you have the option to make substitute and amended motions to the motion that's on the table. And so let me give you an example of how that might work, just to kind of give counselors options. So for instance, there's a motion on the table. If there's a counselor who's against it, they're probably against it because they prefer something else. If what they prefer is a small change, like for instance, one of the prohibitions in the motion that's on the table is that areas designated R17, R19, and R110 are, including the PD overlays, are prohibited. If there was a counselor who felt like they were mostly in agreement with that, but they didn't want it banned in the R17, they could make an amended motion to just remove R17 from the proposal on the table. Then there's a request to see if there's a second. If there's a second, people can state reasons why they favor that small change. If there's not a second, that item dies, right? The third option is if there's a counselor who wants a radically different proposal, a completely different set of prohibitions, they could make a substitute motion to substitute that alternative plan. And again, same scenario, you ask for a second. If there's a second, you can then have a debate and state the reasons for the proposed alternative. But if there isn't a second, that motion dies. And each of those motions, whether they succeed or fail, hopefully moves you a little bit further on down the road. Just a suggestion. I wanted to remind you about those procedural ways as you try to decide what to do.
Thank you. And just wanted to remind everyone, according to Robert's rules, it's really best if we give every counselor a chance to make a first comment before we start taking second comments. So are there any additional first comments on the motion, Mr. Fillmore?
Thank you, Chair Sewell. I think our discussion tonight is probably Exhibit A for the proposition that reasonable, honest people can differ. And we see the world differently. We come at it with different experiences. I have some comments I'd like to make, of course, but before I do that, I wanted to ask our council attorney, for the benefit of everybody listening, can you clarify what is already on the books with respect to what I'd call quasi-ADUs? That is, what are the options available to senior citizens presently? And secondly, what are the options open to family members? That is where parents let their children come stay in their basement.
I might have to turn to Bill on some of this. So we have an ordinance called the Elderly Extra Living Space Ordinance. Well, under certain circumstances, individuals over 65 years of age can rent space in their home. And so I'll probably just leave it at that. And then obviously our definitions of family are pretty large as when it comes to who counts as being part of your family in with respect to how they are related to you. And our ordinances in a single family zone do not limit the number of family members that may live in the home that meet that definition. And so therefore you could have quite a sizable group of individuals that are all related living in a home, such as children living in the basement, et cetera.
Okay, so my point is that
But they have to use the same kitchen, right? They can't have their own kitchen, just to clarify.
Well, no.
I'm pretty sure.
What's that?
So.
Yeah, Bill, the second.
Pretty sure
kitchen
that's
thing
in the
is
law.
So complicated.
If it's all one family, you could have a second kitchen down there.
Because it's not a rental unit.
Right. Your second kitchen agreement says that you're not going to use it as a rental. But if it's all family members and legal family members,
Okay, so you can have a second kitchen, but you have to agree that you won't use it as a rental.
yeah, it's called a second kitchen agreement, and we have people sign those all the time.
So my point is simply this, and that is that we are not as restrictive presently as that people may think. We have quasi ADU options for senior citizens and for families. Not quite the same, but it's an important factor to consider. Personally, I favor the proposal put forth by Chairman Sewell. I like its simplicity. I like its incremental approach. I like the fact that it brings us into compliance and it buys us some time to study matters further and to watch what happens on several fronts. I think it's important for us to wait and see what the legislature does. We have commitments from various legislators who are committed to fine-tuning HB 82. And it would be imprudent in my mind to go citywide before we know what they're going to do. Secondly, we need to see the impact of BYU's change in its housing policy. That's an interesting dynamic. And we do not know yet what the consequences or unintended consequences are going to be. Thirdly, we would benefit from watching other cities who are going whole hog on ADUs and see what their experience is. I don't think there's a great rush. I feel rushed a bit, like Councilman Handy has said. I think if we come into compliance incrementally, we then have the luxury of waiting to see what happens on some of these other fronts. I think that's only prudent, because otherwise there are fears out there that the consequences of a larger ADU expansion would be detrimental to the fabric of our city. And I think we need to be sensitive to that. Personally, I'm not opposed to affordable housing. I'm not opposed to ADUs per se. I recognize we have an affordable housing problem in the state. I don't think it's going away. And ADUs themselves, I think, are valuable tools, particularly for seniors, for young couples. I just think that we can go a little slower on this. And I don't think we can address this issue in a theoretical vacuum. Provo is unique. That's why the exception is in the law. Call it the 67% exception. We have a disproportionate number of rental units in our city. We are host not just to BYU, we are host to two major universities, and we share that impact with Orem. And I just think we have to take that into account, that we have done more than our share as a city to address affordable housing. I think our long-term residents, and you've heard many of them tonight, these are legitimate concerns. They have a genuine anxiety about changing the quality of life in their neighborhoods. They have a concern about having bought homes on the basis of certain assumptions, which are a matter of law, and they are anxious about the rug being pulled out from underneath them and changing those neighborhoods. These are legitimate concerns from a huge majority of our citizens. I will tell you that my mail runs at least 8-1 against ADUs. Let's take that seriously as a council. Those who would impose a citywide ADU regime are going against the vast majority of our citizens' wishes. Now, maybe some of our citizens aren't nearly as well informed as we are. Maybe they don't appreciate the complexities of the nuances, but let's give it time. Let's let the citizens be better educated. Let's deal with that instead of rushing forward. There are concerns about decreased market value. There are concerns about losing stability in our neighborhoods. There are concerns about on-street parking, traffic. There are concerns about out-of-state landlords. I've heard some horror stories, and I'll bet each one of you could repeat your own horror stories. I talked to a young woman who was in a student rental home in the Joaquin neighborhood. This was just a year ago, that had 20 students living there. That's 20 cars, 20 students, 20 cars. I have another one of my constituents who has 3 de facto duplexes in his cul-de-sac. Those are illegal ADUs. They are duplexes. And he's wondering, do I rat out my neighbors or what? And the problem comes down to lousy enforcement. The reality is we have done a very poor job as a city enforcing our ordinances. And I think there's a consensus on that. And the only way I could feel good going forward on any ADU expansion is some concrete assurances from the city administration that we will enforce the zoning ordinances we have. Otherwise, all we're doing is granting amnesty to every illegal ADU in the city and expanding it. I just think we got to be realistic about this. Now, we've received assurances from the administration, and we have a new director over community services. I have great faith in him, but it seems to me that it makes good sense to go slowly and see if, in fact, enforcement will change, and to give that a year, in my mind, to see if, in fact, the promises of real concrete enforcement on our zoning ordinance will, in fact, become reality. Otherwise, it's wishful thinking and we make a problem worse. I don't have time to respond to all the comments from my colleagues, but it seems to me that the other key issue here, besides enforcement and going slowly, is the neighborhood choice. There has to be a way to somehow get a reliable sense of what each neighborhood wants. Now, there may well be neighborhoods who are quite open to ADUs. And I say, great, show us that you want it and we can work with you. But if you get 90% of a neighborhood saying we don't want it, we've heard everything you have to say about how good they can be or how non-problematic they can be, we still don't want it. Then we need to listen. These are our citizens. And sometimes I get the sense that people put this in terms of rich and poor, that is young single students or people who don't have a good income versus wealthy people trying to hold on to the market value of their homes. The vast majority of people in my district are middle class. They're not upper class, they're not rich, and their primary investment is their homes. That is their retirement for many of these people. And we can't just take that lightly. They're trying to send us a message, and we've heard from many of them tonight. And I think they're representative of the kind of public sentiment out there. And if you disagree with that, let's give it some time and educate our populace more so that they understand the complexities we're dealing with and the reality of the affordable housing crisis. But let's not force something down their throats that they are against by such a large margin. So as long as I know that we're going to be able to have an owner-occupied requirement, we're going to require off-street parking, and we're going to have contiguity with respect to the ADU, I'm very much supportive of Chairman Sewell's proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Hoven, your first comment on this?
So I can count, and I think there's enough votes here. So I'm going to make a substitute motion that we adopt Chair Sewell's plan, but also keep it for the time being until it can be explored by the committee, the 2 and 3 occupancy limits that we currently have, as opposed to debating these tonight, considering they're going to be addressed hopefully by a committee. And I think that's everything that still needs to be determined, if I'm not mistaken. Because if not, tell me what else, and I'm going to throw that in there too.
So to clarify that, are you suggesting that we leave it at the current default of 3?
No, I don't want to take it away right now if the committee's going to come back and say, because we can't get it back. Once we go to 3, we can't go back to 2. So if the committee still needs to explore that, then I think we leave it as 2 and 3 for right now. Let the committee explore that, whether we should go to 3 or 2 or stay at 2 and 3.
So the motion implies that we'll be at 2 right now.
Keep it with what we have.
Right.
Currently in the city.
Well, it's currently 3 everywhere except for in ADUs, and it's currently 2 in ADUs. So as I read as I'm interpreting the motion, and I would characterize it just for clarity's sake as an amended motion, because you're amending Counselor Shipley's motion to add to it that the occupancy limit in ADUs be limited to 2.
Correct.
My only concern with that is if we're going to lose some of those votes that you were just counting there, maybe we should split those into 2 separate votes.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that right?
I just was trying to make it so that it was, I mean, we're obviously doing the least impactful thing here, so that's least impactful, right? We already have 2 and 3 in some areas, so whatever we could do. I mean, based on her comment of going to 3 is going to add more stress on the parking and such, I thought, okay, that should be explored. That's what was my intent, but we can do it however is best.
Wouldn't we need
Do
to,
we need a separate vote on the external ADU issue?
Well, the external ADU, only if you want to change it. The current draft of the ordinance includes external ADUs and applies the same location-based standards to them as it does to internal ADUs, which for purposes of clarity, since, and I don't know, can we get Counselor Sewell's option on the screen? Can you show the one that he sent though? I think it's much more readable with all the pro zones collapsed. So, well, and let me do it this way. I've already textualized it because that's what we're going to actually have to put in the code. So, so ADUs would be a permitted use except for in the following areas. All pro zones except the high density mixed use pro zone, the Arbors on the Avenue pro zone, the Independence Avenue pro zone, the Hollows at Riverwoods pro zone, the Liberty Place pro zone, and the Spring Creek high occupancy pro zone. And areas in the Lakeview Fields SDP4 overlay and the Villages at Celebrations SDP5 SDP overlay. So just again, to be clear, I'm reading the areas that it will be prohibited. Areas designated R17, R19, and R110, including such areas with the performance development overlay. And finally, areas designated R16 or R18, including such areas with the performance development overlay, except as shown on the map that would be inserted that would show us the current ANS overlays. So that's the proposal on the table. And based on the current version of the ordinance, external ADUs would also be allowed anywhere except for in those areas. Now, this is the chart that I think is actually more helpful to people to see. What that really means is internal and external detached ADUs are allowed in the R120 zone, the R2 zone, the RA and the RC zone, and a bunch of high density zones, essentially.
Thank you. And if we don't start voting soon, I'm worried that we're not, the lights are going to go out before.
I withdraw my motion.
And Councilor Ellsworth, if you don't mind, can we go ahead and vote on this particular question before we take your comment and then move on to the next question? Would that be all right?
Sure.
Okay. So I'll call for a vote on the motion.
There's only
To
one.
restate it, I think after all this.
Let's see, you made the motion and you seconded it.
Anything layered anymore.
All right.
Yeah.
So we all clear on what the motion is? Okay, all in favor?
I'm sorry, I'm not clear on what the motion was.
Go ahead.
The motion is to accept Chair Sewell's prohibition list, basically, as part of the ordinance, and in conjunction with that, have a committee to be determined, get to work on ADU opportunities and expansion possibilities as soon as possible at the beginning of the year.
We had a second.
And we did have a second. So unless there's objections, I would like to call for a vote so we can try to finish this evening. All in favor? Okay, so here we have Councilor Hoban, Fillmore, Sewell, Shipley, and Handley in favor, with Mr. Harding opposed, Councilor Ellsworth,
No.
and Councilor Ellsworth opposed. Okay, so that sets the map. The other question was occupancy. Do we want to leave it at 3 or change it back to 2?
I'm just going to make a motion so we start debating it. I would like to make a motion that the occupancy limits match what we currently have in the city. Is that a good way to put it or no? So the zones where it's currently allowed to have 2 would continue to allow 2, and the zones where it's.
Well, the only thing that's in front of you is chapter amendments to chapter 1430, which only apply to ADUs. And what city ordinance currently says, what chapter 1430 currently says is it's 2. Unless somebody in the S overlay applies for an additional occupancy permit, which is not even allowed under so the only thing you're really
Okay.
the only thing you are deciding about is should the limit in ADUs be 3 or 2? That's the only thing you're deciding.
Okay, and if we,
Currently 2.
it's currently 2. Okay, I would like to make a motion that
Assuming that's enforceable.
that the occupancy limit for ADUs remain 2, and then it can be explored by the committee, and we can always go to 3 if we'd like to. And, but this allows us to keep it at 2 because there's risk if we go to 3 today that we can't go back to 2 if that's what the committee were to decide we should do.
I will second that and clarify that we're talking about 2 adults.
Yeah, so the provision says the ADU shall not be occupied. This is what it currently says. The ADU shall not be occupied by more than 3 related or unrelated adults together with any minor children of those adults. You're debating whether to
Switch it from 3 to
that
2.
sentence to 2. Yes.
Got it. That's my motion.
Okay, motion by Mr. Hoban, second by Mr. Hanley. One brief comment per
Mr. Fillmore.
counselor.
Do you want to third it?
Mr. Fillmore made the second.
Sorry, Mr. Fillmore made the second. Are there any brief comments on the motion?
30 seconds or less.
30 seconds or less.
Yeah, I'll make a quick comment. Generally speaking, I don't think occupancy is an enforceable aspect of this policy at all. And I'd prefer if it's not enforceable to be on the side of 3. And I just haven't ever heard a good rational reason why, if somebody's got 3 bedrooms, why we shouldn't allow them to have 3 adults and off-street parking and all the other rules. I mean, if they've got sufficient space and sufficient parking, and we can't enforce this well anyway, why are we worried about trying to keep it at 2?
That's the point though, isn't it, David, that we want it enforced. We don't want to acquiesce to non-enforcement.
And I would only comment on that and say, I think it depends on why you want it enforced. I mean, that's the key question. To Councilor Shipley's comment, if the reason you want it to be 2 is so there's fewer vehicles, enforcing the number of vehicles is going to be way easier than enforcing how many people are in the house. So that's what we're actually going to do.
Right, but if we want to take an incremental approach to this, the number 2 is better than expanding it.
Okay, do we have any more first comments?
Let's vote.
All right, Councilor Ellsworth, did you have a comment on this one?
No.
All right, let's go ahead and vote then. I don't see any hands up here. So all in favor of leaving it at 2? Is that changing it to 2? Raise your hands. So that's Councilor Hoban, Harding, Fillmore, Sewell, and Handley in favor. Councilor Shipley opposed. Councilor Ellsworth.
No.
And Councilor Ellsworth opposed as well. Let's see, the last potential question was the external, and if we don't do anything, remind me again, my brain's shot.
Current version says that that detached ADUs are allowed in the exact same places that internal ADUs are allowed. So that would be that list.
Right.
They're prohibited where the list of prohibitions is, and they're allowed everywhere else.
And they're currently allowed everywhere that internal ADUs are, and we're not really expanding the internal ADUs very much.
Right. So the net effect from changing what's happening in the city right now is internal and external ADUs would now be allowed in R120, which they're not as of yesterday, but before October 1st. And what else did you add? RA.
All right, yeah,
So that's where the change is taking place.
okay. Anybody want to make a motion to change that? Or are we okay leaving that? Okay. Question? Oh, Heidi. Yeah, you have a comment for us? Oh, I think that was accidental. Just got to chat. Okay, so now we have a motion ready to vote on that covers everything that we wanted to cover, I think, for the time being, recognizing that we're having a committee coming back to work on this.
So John, I made those changes and then I saved it and closed. Can you open that version to put up on the screen?
Yeah. Okay, are there is comments on the motion? Mr. Harding?
30 seconds. I'm going to time myself.
Okay.
All right. I think we're at a real risk of doing something that will, and I want you guys to prove me wrong, but I'm really scared that it's not going to come back. We're not going to make any real meaningful expansion. Prove me wrong on that. We want people in the neighborhood, or we want people in our city to educate our children, to patrol our streets, to stock our shelves and check us out at the checkout counter. But we're saying that we don't care if they have a place to live in our community.
Good job. That was great. Anyone else have a 30-second comment?
So Chair Sewell, I know there's some urgency.
I got
to
your
this,
back,
but,
Dave.
If it would be useful, I think it might be useful for me to now run through the ordinance quickly as you're about to actually vote on it.
Okay, I do see Councilor Ellsworth's hand up, so let's take that comment first.
I just was wondering what this motion is. What are we at now? What are we deciding on?
This is
I
the
think
final vote on the amended draft.
Right, so
overall.
there's no explicit motion on the table. There is now an implied motion to pass the ordinance as it has been amended by the previous motions. And so on the screen, we've got Exhibit A. It shows you all of the section, it starts off with the table of contents, which shows you the sections that are being deleted. Subsection 1430-.010, the purposes and objectives is kind of rewritten to talk about the purposes of ADUs. The critical new section is 1430-020, which acknowledges in subsection 2 the requirements of state law that ADUs are permitted except where prohibited, and defines what the primarily residential zones are. Subsection 3 lists the areas that they will be prohibited, which are all those that I described a few moments ago, and you'll see highlighted in yellow the area where the map of the current ANS overlay would be inserted as an exception to the prohibitions so that they would still be allowed there. Subsection 4 says that detached accessory dwelling units are allowed as in the same areas as internals in this ordinance. The only other section of the ordinance is 1430.030, excuse me, which restates the standards that apply to ADUs. And if you'll scroll down to 4C, lines 167 and 168, you'll note where the occupancy limit is 2 on that line. Further, just because it's been a point of discussion earlier, if you'll scroll down to sub 9, keep going, you'll see a paragraph about internal connections where this ordinance requires internal connections for internal ADUs to the extent that state law actually allows that to be required. That was something that was decided in previous work sessions. And then, John, if you can switch back over to the Excel sheet really quickly. Cliff made a comment that I think is useful that it, and Councilor Sewell, I can do this or you can do it as the proponent, but it may be useful for those in attendance and watching just to really quickly show what this does and how it changes things to what was in effect before October 1st. Do you want to do that?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. And I'll, just to make it simpler, I'll do it in terms of where it's allowed, even though technically we're talking about where it's prohibited. So I just took where it's allowed now, everywhere it's currently allowed, it would stay allowed. Added some zones where there's really no benefit to prohibiting it. May not be very many single family homes.
Can you scroll up so you can see the first line with the column headings?
Yeah, so currently allow ADUs. If you go down to the bottom there, we were currently at, 22.32%. Then you add in some of these other zones where there's really no benefit to prohibiting it. That adds an additional, if you stay on the bottom there, adds an additional 5.45%, gets us up to 27.78%. And then if you add the two least dense zones, the RA and its derivatives and the R120 and its derivatives, that adds another 6.59%, gets us above 33% already. And then, well, this next column probably should have been in the first one because there's the DT2 and DT1 zones are zones where there's not much effect to prohibiting ADUs there. So anyway, the total brings it to 37.16%, or if you look at it, how much we're prohibiting at 62.84%. Thank you.
So that is what the implied, that is the ordinance as amended by the previous motions. The implied motion in front of you now passes that ordinance as described.
Thank you. And if I could just make my 30-second comment now, I think Councillor Hanley expressed actually my rationale for this better than I could. I just want to say that I think what's meaningful about this is it brings us into technical compliance. And the last thing I will say is I have every confidence that these 5 councilors who are remaining have the passion and interest to build on this and add some meaningful ADU expansion in a way that I hope will have broader support on the council and broader support from the public. Any other 30-second comments?
I just want to say thank you to Chair Sewell and Dave Harding for everything you've contributed to the council. And thank you to the public for engaging and sticking through this with us. And I think it's one of the most amazing aspects of Provo is how much people care about issues regardless of where they land on it. So thank you all. And thank you to staff for sticking through this with us. Couldn't have done it without you.
And we still do need to vote before we adjourn because we haven't done anything yet on this. So any other 30-second comments? Or all right, I'll call for a vote then. All in favor? Mr. Hoban, Mr. Fillmore, Mr. Sewell, Mr. Shipley, Mr. Hanley in favor here. Mr. Harding opposed. Councillor Ellsworth?
No.
And Councillor Ellsworth opposed as well. Thank you all. If there's no objections, we will adjourn the meeting, and it's been a great pleasure to work with you. Thank you so much.